Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. To join the conference,
Testing, testing. Please jab and confirm. Thank you. Testing, testing.
for being patient as we work our way through a very busy scheduled day. The next, so we are on the debate and decision regarding the motion turning the key, encouraging affordable home ownership in the city of Vancouver.
Madam Chair, I'd like to
Yes.
propose a point of procedure if I could first, prior to.
Yes, a point of procedure, go ahead.
Yeah, my point of procedure is I wonder if the chair would indulge and if council would be amenable, like to propose that we vary the agenda because we have so many speakers waiting today and to allow the public as much time to speak as possible to hear speakers on all motions and defer debate and decision on all remaining motions to the subsequent reserve date.
To the subsequent
Reserve dates, so that,
reserve date?
yeah.
That would be a motion.
I'm making that motion if I could do that now.
I'm just going to check to make sure that that's in order. It is in order, but I just want to, we don't need a seconder because we are in committee. Madam Clerk, if you want to just confirm that, first of all, confirm that that motion would be in order. And secondly, that if you want, I think it would be important to inform council of what the next reserve date would be so that they're informed when they make a decision on this. Okay, so just to repeat, I'm sorry, the clerk was probably working on some other issue. Councillor Kirby Young, if this is a motion, it might be, well, anyway, why don't you repeat your motion at this point?
Yeah, absolutely, no problem. My motion is that council complete hearing speakers on all remaining motions and items of business on the agenda today and defer debate and decision on all of those remaining motions to the subsequent reserve date to be advised by the clerk.
Madam Clerk, I wonder if I could have your response to that?
Yes, it is the clerk here, Chair Carr. And yes, indeed, the motion is in order. And the next date, as you had identified earlier in the script, would be Thursday, February the 18th at 3 p.m.
Okay, Council, are we all aware then? So the 18th is 8 days from now. Yeah, and I'm looking to see if there are any speakers to this. I do have people on the speakers list. So Councillor Kirby Young, are you on the speakers list for this?
Yes, for that.
Go ahead.
No, it was just to make the point of, or to make the motion. Thank you.
Got it. Councillor Swanson to this motion.
Yes, through you, Chair, to the mover, would this include the speakers for the Real Estate Investment Trust motion?
Well, actually, I can answer that. We've already made a decision about that. So council did make a decision prior to lunch well, there was what they did was reject a motion to open the speakers list on that again. So no, it would not include those speakers.
So I have received a number of emails, texts, phone calls from those speakers who are really upset and wondering, they say that they were on their phone or on their computer and got very short notice and that they're working and they can't spend their whole time lining up to speak. So I would be in favor of this motion that Councillor Kirby Young has put if it applied equally to all speakers, including those who were just cut off.
Councillor Swanson, the current motion that we are speaking to does not include that, and that is not part of this motion. We already made a decision on that. So you could not amend this motion in order to add those speakers. You would have to make a motion to reconsider the previous vote we took prior to lunch, which so that would be the process, but that right now we are in the middle of this motion, so it is not pertinent to the motion. So after we deal with this motion, you do have the right to bring forward a reconsideration motion for the motion that was moved before lunch.
Okay,
or
thanks.
was directed that we dealt with before lunch. Okay.
Just a point of parliamentary procedure.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Genova.
My apologies, Chair Carr. My memory, I'm hoping you might be able to remind me. Did we go through the speakers list for Councillor Swanson's motion twice?
We went through this.
With we went the new pilot.
Yeah. So, Councillor Genova, what happens is that the staff reached out, or the appropriate staff and individuals, or the people in charge of the speakers list reached out. I received the text message multiple times to the speakers on that list. Those who we heard from obviously had joined the list and were there. They had responded to the messages. Those who were on the speakers list who did not respond and were not on the list did get, as I say, multiple messages, but they did not join the list. That wasn't my question.
Did we call through the list twice?
No, that's not the procedure any longer. We're going through the
pilot's over. Is the pilot over? That was my question of parliamentary procedure.
So, Madam Clerk, we didn't. Can you please advise on the point is there was no one else on the line, is what I've got as a message from the clerk.
Yes, it is the clerk here, Chair Carr, and I had been advising you when we had people on the line, and there was no one left on the line to speak when you had closed the list.
Okay.
That wasn't my question, but another question was answered. So I will leave it there. But I thought the pilot was very specific in it, that it read that we call through the speakers list twice. So even if the speakers weren't here, we would call through their names. Is that the case?
Madam Clerk?
Yes, it is the clerk here, Chair Carr. And the reason why it wasn't called for a second time is because there was nobody on the line. We were monitoring the telephone line, and there was no one on it.
Thanks so much. Just wanted that information. That's all.
Okay, so moving on to Councillor Fry speaking to this.
Yeah, I do not support this this motion at all, and I'll tell you why. Because we just had 25 speakers who had waited to speak to Councillor Swanson's real estate investment trust motion, who weren't able to speak. My own experience over many years signing up to speak at council, juggling, watching the other items as they proceed through the agenda of the day, and really trying to juggle my time, because prior to this job, I had a job that really didn't afford me the ability to come and hang out at City Hall all day or whatever the case may be. So it really was a struggle to speak to council. And I want to reflect that it continues to be a struggle for a lot of folks who try and make time to speak to issues that are important to them to council. So when we kind of amend the agenda on the fly like this, it really is, I think, not being considerate of folks who are trying to make sense of this arguably Byzantine and somewhat confusing process that we have, and I want to respect that notion. So, in particular, in light of what happened to the speakers to Councillor Swanson's motion just now, I'm really uncomfortable with once again moving the goalposts on the ability for the public to speak to council. So I don't support this at all.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I was just wanting to clarify. I heard the clerk, I think I heard the clerk say that our next council reserve was on February 18th, but it looks in my calendar like there's a council reserve on the 16th. So I just wanted to clarify when we would be sending when this would be proposing we would send debate and decision to.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, we did announce Thursday, February the 18th at 3 p.m. for reconvening the standing committee. And the reason why we bypassed the 16th, which is in council's reserved, is that is reserved for continuing the public hearing that we anticipate we will require.
Fair enough. Okay, appreciate that clarity, and I share the concerns. I
Great.
just stated about not hearing speakers on the item we were dealing with before lunch. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Hardwick.
Yeah. Before lunch, I understood from the clerk that there were no longer speakers on the phone, and I asked the question if there would be more speakers and we would open the list after lunch, and the answer was no. So I was, when I made the decision to vote the way that I did at the time, it was on the basis that I thought we were going into debate and decision on Councillor Swanson's motion protecting tenants from real estate investment trusts. And so, you know, again, it is a sequencing thing for me. I really believe that, you know, I was expecting to move directly into that. And so I'm not on for reorganizing that. I think we should be going right into protecting tenants from real estate investment trusts now. I would have been open for discussion around subsequent motions and looking at conducting speakers today and then pushing debate and decision on the other motions. But this one in particular, because it was, again, you know, quite the circumstances before the lunch and in camera break, that I had felt that it was responsible to move directly into debate and decision on that motion. So the way this is couched right now, I can't support it. If once we get finished with the real estate investment trust motion, we could think about others going forward, but on that basis, I can't support it.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, hi. I just want to clarify quickly, and I appreciate the feedback from council that my intent wasn't to vary the agenda per se. It was still to do the same items in the same order and to hear from all the speakers. And the motivation was simply that to allow as many speakers to be heard as possible today, because we have such a large number in front of us, as opposed to holding them over days. But so it was simply in that spirit to go through sequentially and allow as many members of the public to speak on the day that they think that they're going to be. But oftentimes they don't get to because our business gets held over because the debates take a long time. But if it's not the will of council, I'm happy to withdraw it. I was just trying to, you know, look at an opportunity to put the speakers in the public first. But I'm happy to withdraw the motion if Councillor Pearce would like to continue with the normal flow on the normal agenda.
Okay, Madam Clerk, the procedure for withdrawal of this motion as moved by Councillor Kirby Young.
Yes, it's the clerk here, Chair Carr, and the motion now is belonging to the Assembly, so in order to withdraw it, it would have to be a motion to withdraw.
I'll move to withdraw.
Okay, and that is debatable. And the decision to withdraw, Madam Clerk, remind me, 2/3?
It requires it to be unanimous, Chair Carr.
Unanimous. Okay. Okay, there's a motion to withdraw. Anyone wanting to speak to that? I'm not seeing anyone, so I'm just going to test verbally first in terms of support. Are those in favor of the withdrawal of this motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, that is unanimous. Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. So let's move on then to discussion. So that would be debate and decision on this motion that is on the table. which is protecting tenants from real estate investment trusts. And I'm looking for anybody to get on the queue to speak to this at this point. Councillor Boyle, you are up first, up to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Carr. I am happy to speak strongly in support of this motion and appreciate the speakers we heard from sharing personal stories and stories of others in their communities about the impact that a focus on profit in housing has on stability and security for renters. I'm sure we would have heard many more of those stories. We certainly hear them in the media and in the community all of the time. And so appreciate the focus that this motion has put on real estate investment trusts in particular, and advocacy that they be reined in so that the security of renters is strengthened, and so that housing is less of a profit-making business and more of a home and community-making project. And sorry, I just lost my train of thought on that. So we'll just say very happy to support this motion. Oh, I was just going to say also that this call aligns very strongly with a lot of work that the BC Nonprofit Housing Association and other nonprofit and community housing leaders have been doing, both in BC and across the country. And so want to lift up the work that they've done. And I know that there's some support in the community housing sector for council adding their voice on this and pushing for more action. Happy to support it.
Great. Thank you so much, Councillor Boyle and Councillor Fry.
Yeah, and thank you, and thanks to Councillor Swanson and the speakers we were able to hear today. I also share the concerns with real estate investment trusts, and we've seen their emergence on the Canadian scene in Toronto in the last decade, and they are starting to appear here in a pretty significant way. And the big REITs are the ones who are buying large old 1970s apartment buildings in the West End and looking to do, they call them low cap and high yield investments. So they buy them for relatively cheap, kick folks out, do renovations, and jack the rents. And they do yield pretty stable dividends, so they're a good investment vehicle. It is a complicated space, and not all REITs are created equal, and I know that there are ethical REITs out there. So when it comes to voting on this motion, I'll probably want to see Section A severed, and I find A subsections B and C to be a little bit clunky, not the least of which because it kind of confuses around some of the taxation implications of REITs and stuff like that. I'm generally supportive of this work, though, and in that spirit, I've submitted an amendment to the clerk, which I'm hoping we can pull up here. And that's adding in my review of the. Sorry, Chair? Are we on the amendment queue? Can you get
No,
that?
I'm going to move us over right now. Thanks. It's easier if I do that now.
Sure,
So I'm just
and
going to
maybe if we
clear that.
can.
I'm just going to add you to that list, Councillor Fry. Actually, you may go ahead now.
Thank you, Chair Carr, and I'm wondering if we could pull that amendment up on the screen. The gist is really, as I've explored in the Vancouver Charter, Section 565A really describes development permits and presumably conditions. It mentions conditions that we could apply to development permits. So I'm hoping that staff, while they're looking at ways to mitigate the harm to affordability on older stock, that we can also look at if there are potential bylaw remedies. So 565A talks about the bylaws for development permits. If there are potential remedies that we can enact by bylaw that might actually further mitigate those harms, so that when they come to us to do a big clearance of a building and renovation, we might have some tools in our belt to prevent that. And in particular, looking at these low cap, high yield renovations. That's all.
Great. Okay, we're now on an amendment queue to consider the amendment in red. Councillor Swanson to the amendment.
Yeah, that looks good for me. To me, it's another thing that staff can look at and another tool, hopefully, that the city could use so we won't have to keep passing off our problems to other jurisdictions. So thank you for that.
Great. That's it. Thank you. Councillor Dominato to the amendment.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I have a question through you to the city manager, and it's just to confirm with respect to both the amendment by Councillor Fry as well as Clause B, that this doesn't duplicate current efforts. That are staff already looking at these things, or are these new endeavors that they would undertake with the passing of the motion?
Yes. Mr. Deputy City Manager, Mr. Mokri.
Thanks, Chair Carr. Yeah, this would be additional work. This is not work, as I understand it, our team is currently looking at. So we would have to take this on.
Councillor Dominato.
Thank you. And just one second question related to that is what's, in terms of the city's role, the first clause of B, not the second one added by Councillor Fry, could just clarify if that is within the realm of something that city staff could undertake with respect to REITs? Could they be undertaking that investigation?
Certainly, and sorry, maybe Councillor, I can just start by clarifying my first question. We do have council direction to investigate kind of the concept of vacancy control. So there may be some overlap here. Obviously, that hasn't been undertaken specifically in relation to ownership by REITs. So there may be some, like say, alignment or overlap with work already underway. With respect to the second part of the amendment, if I understand, your question was whether staff could undertake that. If I understand your question correctly, so what I read the amendment as calling for a review and a report back on the city's authorities under the Vancouver Charter or other statutes. So that a review is something we could conduct.
Okay, great. Thank you. That clarifies things for me.
Okay. Thank you. And I see no one else on the queue. So council, I'll have Madam Clerk take us to a vote, and we are going to vote right now on the amendment by Councillor Fry. That is the highlighted in red language added to B. Councillor Kirby Young. All right, that passes unanimously. And so we are back to the main queue. Councillor Fry, do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And only just to reiterate, I would like the A severed when it comes to final vote, because I won't be supporting B and C, but otherwise supportive of this motion. And I do want to just take a moment to apologize to the 25 people who were hoping to speak to us today who were unable to as a result of earlier decision, which I didn't support at the time. And I do just want to acknowledge that folks had taken time out of their day and were hoping to speak to this and had anticipated it. And I recognize that's a disappointment for folks. And I hope that in the future we try and find ways that may be more supportive of folks' options to come and speak to council. And that's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. And so, and I'm just going to make sure I got clear. This was in, you wanted severed the section A, then subsection B and C, but you're okay about
That's
lumping
correct.
A and D together?
Sure, I am. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you. Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to thank all the people who wrote in and the people who spoke and the people who didn't get to speak and apologize to them profusely. I wanted to read a little bit from a letter that Patrick Condon sent in support of this motion. He was talking about the trend for apartment buildings to be bought by REITs. And he said, while this trend may benefit investors and equity holders, their gains are drawn from the pay envelopes of our city's moderate and low income wage earners. the very same service industry workers we need to keep our city alive. The grocery store workers, orderlies, delivery workers, food service workers, bus drivers, retail clerks, and many others. The financialization of housing, especially the financialization of currently affordable rental building, thus constitutes an existential threat to the sustainable city of Vancouver we all hope for. So, you know, the issue is housing. With REITs, the customer is not the tenant, it's the investor. So this is the issue that we have to deal with, and I'm hoping we can put some pressure on the feds to stop the tax advantages, to stop giving cheaper financing for investors whose goal is to make the housing less affordable. I think we should stop those incentives, reserve those incentives for nonprofit housing that can be affordable and that can be kept in the public interest. And I also want to add that I think we really need to be more respectful to the people who call in to speak. They can't be expected to sit by their phones or their computers all day waiting for a call. They have lives, and I think we'll probably get a few emails from them, and I hope we can figure out a way of making sure that people who sign up to speak actually do get to speak. So yeah, I hope you guys will all vote for this motion. I think we need it. I'm becoming increasingly aware that we really have to preserve the affordability that we have, that we can't build our way into affordability because new housing is expensive. And there's that stat out of Carleton University that says that we lost between 2010 2011 we lost about 300,000 units of affordable housing in Canada that were replaced by only 20,000. So we're losing affordability at the rate of about 15 to 1. And the reason that we're losing it is because of increasing rents. It's not so much because of demolition. And when these REITs come along and other investors and buy up buildings with the express purpose of raising rents, we shouldn't be incentivizing that.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Bly.
Thanks, Chair. I'll just make a couple of comments, and I am going to support the general direction of the motion, but I think it needs to be said that you know, every day we have developers bring applications forward where they've purchased a building, and there are affordable rentals in that building, and we enthusiastically support their applications because new, well, not all, I can see Councillor Hardwick shaking her head, but pretty much enthusiastically support those developments. The difference, in my view, between those and what we're talking about here is that everyday people who have worked and saved money, either as trade workers or teachers or any sort of middle of the road profession that doesn't make enormous amounts of money, can participate in a real estate market that would otherwise be only for the few and those with the deepest pockets. So I think that there just has to be some sensitivity to the fact that this is not just bad people trying to profit off of people's housing. I'm very sensitive to anybody that comes into this financial agreement with ill intent, that being it. REITs are used right across the country, shopping malls and what have you, in small towns and large cities right across the country. It's not new and it's not unique to Vancouver, but I can say that I know engineers and people who have very good intents, social impact intents that participate in REITs for the better outcome and social good of the decisions and the opportunities that they decide to invest in. So this is, I want to register my support for the motion because I think it's important that we as council understand what's happening. And this might be a stretch, but I would argue that we too may have a similar favorable tax benefit in our own PEF as REITs do. So I think that's something that we ought to be looking at as well. So with that, we don't have a ton of time right now today, but I will support the motion that the parts of the motion that I can support. But I think that we need to recognize that these are not bad right across the board in a sort of wholesale statement, and that everyday people that do not necessarily are not developers or are not investors, professional investors, get to participate in a market that they otherwise wouldn't get to. And I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Bly. Councillor Kirby Young, up to 5 minutes. Councillor Kirby Young, you might be on mute.
Yep, thank you. I'll add some similar comments because I think it's important to state them. I think this motion is looking at one particular investor type and vehicle, and it's not the only one. And if you think of pension funds, you have teachers unions heavily invested in real estate, firefighters, nurses, a lot of working people either through pension funds, through retirement savings, and a number of other opportunities. So you are talking about a lot of working class individuals, unions, and other type of workers that are heavily invested in this area, all of whom any investment is done in order to oftentimes provide them with a reasonable return for an investment, not a an overly one that where there's an attempt to take advantage of that, but simply for regular people to be able to invest towards their retirement and have reasonably solid places to do that. And so I think it's worth sort of putting a face on it that a lot of those investors, and REITs is just one of them, but if you look at investors and you're seeing in shopping malls, particularly teachers, for example, are heavily vested in that real estate, and you're seeing it expand to housing. So to me, it's not so much about REITs, it's more around the bigger picture conversation around how we work and encourage our senior levels of government to invest so that we can have more of this housing owned by nonprofits and co-ops. I think that's really critical and really significant. And what people still talk about today in terms of that quote unquote affordable stock was because a lot of those investments were made, decades ago by the senior levels of government, and then it stopped. And at the time, that housing wouldn't have been cheap to build. It would have been relative to the time, and it's cheaper because it's aged. And so we talk about that new stock built today will be more affordable tomorrow. But the issue that we're having with affordability is, I think, in large part to the fact that we don't have enough housing that's sitting in nonprofit and cooperative ownership, and we don't have enough investment from the senior levels of government. So I think it's really important to identify that, because that to me is a solution in a way forward. And this is sort of trying to deal with the symptoms of the outcome of those policy choices, the decisions. So I just kind of want to delineate there too, and not diminish the role or the concerns around REITs, but also say they're not the only ones. And you're going to see this in other forms of investment vehicles, and again, coming from hardworking people. So it's more around what are solid policies that protect and keep housing in the right hands, and have government investment so it can maintain and deliver a relative level of affordability. So to me, that's really kind of fundamental. And I just kind of wanted to state that, because I think it's important to not just sort of necessarily have a big bad wolf, but to look at how do we get here in the first place, and how do we get out of it. Not to mean that we don't have to mitigate the circumstances of where we are, but I think we have to look at what's the real problem that we're trying to solve here, and what's the best way to get there. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. And Councillor Weep, you are next.
Yeah, I agree that we need to find ways to protect the housing we do have, recognizing that we hear the extreme cost now of building new housing, and that there is a need to protect what we can. So I really appreciate this motion coming forward. I will be supportive of the majority. Appreciate Councillor Fry's amendment to B. I think it's great to add other tools. As for not hearing the speakers, I do recognize that it is difficult to speak to council, have someone. I know people are frustrated and I apologize. I was one of the people that voted. I do also respect the process that we've created as this council to hear from more speakers. I think it's important that we're consistent and fair. It's why I also voted not to change the process later on today. I think we need to be more consistent as a council so that people understand the time frame that they will speak. And so I'll continue to try to find ways to have it better for people to come speak to council, recognizing we need to ensure that we give space and listen to the most speakers we possibly can. I think it's important as a council, and it's something that I'll continue to strive for. But that's why I voted earlier. Thanks.
Great. Councillor Wee. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'll be brief. The most affordable housing we have already exists by definition. And what we have seen over and over again is the loss of that stock, and that's something that has really got to stop. I know that's not simply the intent of this motion, but it does underlie really what the larger problem is, which is housing has become a commodity. We have an industry about producing product, and now we have corporate entities that are investing, and they're investing to make a profit. That's why you invest. And so I'm concerned about trying to color it in any other way, because that is what it's all about at the end of the day. So I support Councillor Swanson's motion. I think it's important. There's only so much that we can do as a city other than expressing our opinions about this. But at the end of the day, it's absolutely essential that we provide for the people that are living at, that need to have affordable rents, that can't be afford to be, kicked out of their apartments and have the rents jacked up. This is a problem that we just keep adding fuel to the fire. So I think this is an important step, and I support it.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. And finally, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I'm not saying that people are bad people if they invest in REITs. I'm saying what we need to do is change our system that makes housing a commodity and that gives people incentives for making housing a commodity. And one of the problems with REITs is it expands the amount of people who can profit from saying that housing is a commodity. Investment is about making money without working. It's about extracting a profit. So let's incentivize people to invest in nail polish or something that isn't a commodity, that isn't a basic human right like housing. That's where I'm coming from. One of the councillors says that new housing stock built today will be more affordable tomorrow. What we're seeing is that the housing stock that was built 40 years ago is not more affordable today when it gets owned by one of these REITs or other investors and turns over and the tenant leaves because the rents automatically go up. That's why vacancy control is so important, which I know we have to push on the province for that. Maybe there are some things that the city can do, like in Pete's motion, that would be good. And we at least need to get the feds to stop incentivizing the commodification of housing. That's it.
Okay, and on that note, I think there's no one else on the list. Madam Clerk, can you take us to a vote on this? Oh, wait a second. Oh yes, we are severing this vote. And the severing, I believe, is to sever the subsection B and subsection C in A. Councillor Fry, can we do B and C together, or do you want them each severed?
Fine by me, Chair. I'm all about the efficiency. So.
All right, we're going to sever B and C together. Madam Clerk, I think probably the easiest thing is if we vote first on large A subsections B and C together. So Councillor, are you all on the same page on that one? This would be regarding writing the letter. It's subsection B is urging the federal government to base a tax rate for REITs and other investors on the amount of affordable housing they provide or destroy. And subsection C is around ensuring they have clear conditions, REITs have clear conditions to prevent rent increases on rent turnover. So that's what we're voting on right now.
And point of privilege, Chair Carr?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Genova.
I was wondering, underneath subsection D, there is a further that. Can that be severed?
Subsection D, further that.
Sorry, B, specifically B. Because I'm assuming we're talking about A and B, but sorry, A has subsection A, B, C, D, and then B is its own section.
Large B is its own section, and then there was a clause that got added to that by amendment.
Yes. So are we just voting A and B separately, or are
we are in large A, the first big A, just to the subsections small b, small c. We're voting just on those two sections right now together.
So we're voting on A, small b, small c. I would like
correct.
Separate out.
That's
Great.
right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chair Carr, it is the clerk
Yes.
here. We do have it on the screen.
Yes, you do. Thank you so much.
Are you ready for the vote?
I believe we are ready for the vote. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
And point of privilege, Chair Carr, this is A, small section A, correct?
And B.
Thank you.
A and B.
A and D.
A and, sorry, large A, small b, small c.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, that fails. That fails. It's a tie vote, but the nays have it. Those in opposition, Councillor Genova, Fry, Weeb, Bly, and Kirby Young. Okay. And we are now, Council, going to vote on the remainder of the whole motion. So that would be large A, subsections A and D, and all of B, including the added clause.
I would like a severing of B. That's what I was trying to ask for, Chair Carr.
Of large B.
Large B, yeah.
Just the whole thing?
Yep, the whole thing.
Oh, okay. So we're going to do the vote first. I think, Madam Clerk, normally we vote on severing first, but I think what we're doing now is voting on A, subsection A and D, and then we will vote separately on B. Is that fine by you?
Yes. And we're just getting it up on the screen. It should be there.
Great. Okay, Council. And it is on the screen. So what we are voting on is large A, subsections A and D. Go ahead, Council. And that is unanimous. And now, Council, we will be voting on all of B.
It's the clerk here, Madam Chair, and we're just getting B up on the screen.
Councillor Swanson, you have not yet voted. And that passes with 2 in opposition. That's Councillors Genova and Bly. Great. So, Council, thank you. We have completed item 7. And we are now on to the next referred motion from yesterday's council meeting, which is item 8 on our agenda, daylighting building permit wait times, which was moved and introduced by Councillor Kirby Young and seconded by Councillor Genova. And we will start by hearing speakers on this motion, speakers being heard via phone. And our first speaker on this item 8, is Andrea Berkness. Madam Clerk, you can maybe advise me as to who might be on the line at this point. Is Andrea Berkness on the line?
It is the clerk here, Chair Carr. I'm just double checking. It appears we have no one for item 8.
Okay, and has there been a recent email or attempt to contact individuals who are on this speakers list over the last bit of time?
So it is the clerk here, Chair Carr, and speakers 1 through 3 had withdrawn.
Okay.
And speaker 4 was sent 3 email reminders, but is not on the line.
Okay. All right. So if that's the case, I am going to say that the speakers list is closed, and say that this is the end of our speakers list, and we are on to discussion. And Councillor Boyle, you are up. Go ahead.
Sorry, I think that was a holdover.
A holdover? Sorry. Councillor Swanson, that might be a holdover as well.
Holdover.
All right. Yes. So okay, Councillor Hardwick, I'm assuming you've just added yourself, so you are indeed willing to speak to this. Go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to speak in favor of this motion. I particularly appreciate the part about staff posting easy to access information on the city's website. This kind of information being available transparently is a great move towards establishing greater trust in our city. And I was happy to see that this was applied both to residential and commercial properties and proposals. So just overall wanted to voice my support for Councillor Kirby Young's motion.
Great. Thanks so much, Councillor Hardwick. And Councillor Genova, you are up next. Sorry.
Thanks so much. And I'm having some issues with my Wi-Fi, but if I'm disconnected, please mark me in favor. I will just say, in hopes that I've turned my camera off in hopes that I can speak through this part, that I would like to thank Councillor Kirby Young for bringing forward this motion. I think that it's really, really important that we look at ways to make our processes not only more transparent, but more accessible. And I think that it certainly offers comfort not only to the public, but perhaps to, first time, or for some people who it may be the only time that they actually endeavor to look at their own homes and permitting. And I think that if we want people to not take this underground, if we want to make sure that there is better processes in place and we expect people to participate in them, we should make them easy to understand, easy to access. And I think that this motion certainly will help us with that. I think that quick starts like this, along with programs like the short program that came from, I think, 3 or 4 motions that I put forward last term, they all have the same goal, endeavoring to try and make the process easier, more comprehensible, and to try and communicate to the public what's required by the City of Vancouver. So for that reason, I will support it and thank Councillor Kirby Young for putting this forward.
Great, thank you, Councillor Genova. And next up, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Chair, I'm wondering if I might ask a question of the city manager through you. I'm just reviewing some of the staff input on the council motions that were submitted by the city manager's office. And I wonder if the acting city manager can reflect on the comments that, number one, the validation of the science used to support the timelines for permit intake and process to capture and communicate the complete story, and also staff's recommendation that Q4 is a workable timeline for completing the requested work. And I'm just wondering, in light of those comments, is this motion meeting those concerns?
And that's just to staff?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Mr. Moqui?
Sure. Thanks, Chair Carr. So yes, I think the concept, as I understand, behind the motion is makes very good sense, and we understand the rationale for it. I think the reality of the situation in terms of how our permit systems function, the variety of different types of permits, the circumstances in which permits are processed, is actually very, very complicated. And also the fact right now that we have shifted from kind of a permit processing system that's based on people coming to the services center to an entirely digital process without, over the matter of a couple of weeks, means that staff are under a fair amount of pressure right now to keep that business going. And that's the reason why I think staff had indicated that it may take some time to deliver on what the intent of the motion is. I think we understand that, and we have in the past attempted to provide businesses with some sense of timelines. I take the point, though, that there's a gap between kind of the information that we provided in the past and reality. So it's actually I know it's hard to understand why it's actually a more complicated request than it might seem on its face, but we understand what council is looking for or would be looking for through this motion. And we would look to get that in place as quickly as we could. I think we just wanted to set some expectations around the amount of work that it would take to deliver that.
Okay, thanks, Acting City Manager. I'm going to take that then, in the absence of any specific timeline here, that this isn't necessarily an onerous request of our staff and its work that's ongoing. So I will support this. I think it's an important initiative, and it dovetails, I think, with a lot of the work that staff are contemplating and developing right now in the work plan. So given that Councillor Kirby Young's motion doesn't prescribe a specific timeline, and I suspect Councillor Kirby Young's quite understanding of the reality of implementing this and the Q4 as suggested, I'll be supporting this as is. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Kirby Young, up next. Go ahead. You might be muted. Councillor Kirby Young, we're still not hearing you.
Oh, sorry, I just heard a loud beeping sound. It sounded like an emergency beep, but I guess that was on my end. Perhaps not in the chamber.
It wasn't on ours, so go ahead, but go ahead.
Oh, that's really odd. I just lost the chamber too. Okay, sorry about that. I'm really glad I have a new computer coming tomorrow. Anyhow, focusing back on the motion at hand, I appreciate the support that I'm hearing around the table from council. I can't sort of, overemphasize how many conversations I have on this amongst the city, and many of them are intentional, from small business and others that are reaching out to me, and others are pretty organic, just as I'm out and about in the city. And it is probably one of the highest topics, most frequent topics that people bring up with me all the time. And it doesn't matter if I'm in a small local retail store or trying to support one of our restaurants and having dinner. but I can't tell you the amount of conversations that I have here. And I appreciate and recognize the work that staff are doing on this. And I think that the small business community was also very understanding that there may be extenuating circumstances sometimes, but they're just trying to get some more clarity and more information so that they can try to plan as best as the city can provide that. So, you know, I think as I mentioned when I introduced the motion, I appreciate the work that is underway, and it is a big effort and a big task in terms of expediting and shortening the amount of time overall for delivering these permits and simplifying the process and the regulations to deliver these permits. But in the meantime, one thing that's tangible that hopefully we can do, and it's ironic we're talking about how much time it takes to provide the information, but is to just give people just be straight up about it and give them some predictability as best they can so they can plan. And that goes a long way towards alleviating challenges for people. If something should take 2 months, but we're running at 3, I actually heard a reasonable amount of understanding for that, as long as it wasn't sort of all the time. But, you know, there are periods of time when that might happen. People just want to know so that they can try to figure out, you know, what month should I take out my lease? If I'm going to do my renovations, maybe, you know, it's a bit backed up and I'm choosing between different seasons, you know, maybe it's a little anticipating it's going to slow down after this period, I should do it in a different season. Because it does impact livelihoods and jobs. And I think that that can't be stressed enough. So I appreciate a number of the measures that council are trying to take to support our small business, and I appreciate the work by staff, and hopefully we'll be able to get to a place where we can give people more of that clarity. So thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Kirby Young. And Councillor Wiebe, you're next.
Yeah, I am supportive of this. I think it's great to have clear information to understand what the times are. I also really want to thank staff for the amazing work that's happened over kind of the last 2 years to change the process we have. And I think this will be great to showcase some of that work to the public and to the business sector about how we are starting to act more as a service partner and less as a gatekeeper, and that we are doing our part to support and lift up and work with our business to ensure the economy here is strong. So I think this will be a great showcase of the great work that staff's done to improve the stuff we're doing, and so I am supportive of this.
Thanks, Councillor Wiebe. And that is it for people on the speakers queue. So, Madam Clerk, could you take us to a vote on this motion?
Madam Chair, it's Councillor Dominato.
Yes.
Can I get a vote assist in favor if we're on the main motion?
We are in the main motion, yes.
Thank you. In favor.
And that passes unanimously. Great. So we are now council on item number 9. That was also referred from yesterday's council meeting, entitled UBC Resolution Updating BC's Wrongful Death Law, which was moved and introduced by Councillor Fry and seconded by Councillor Bly. So we are now looking to hear from speakers to this, and Madam Clerk, perhaps, I know that there are speakers that are on the line, so if I could just get an update from you in terms of who is on the line, that would be great.
Sure. This is the clerk here. Speaker number 1, speaker number 2, they've received reminder emails but are not on the line. Speaker number 3 has withdrawn. And yes. Speaker number 4 and Fori is on the line to speak.
Great. Okay. And Fori, if you can hear me, hopefully you can. You may go ahead to speak to council now for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to confirm that you can hear me.
Yes, very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Just appreciate your time today. My name is Anne Fori. I live in Vancouver. I'd like to thank Councillor Fry for bringing this incredibly important motion forward, which of course I support due to the fact that my I lost my daughter tragically, 29 years old, who was my only child, died at Lionsgate Hospital on Thanksgiving morning due to hospital negligence. And that will be 4 months this Friday. So, you know, it's a tragedy for me that it's even hard to talk about. Although Natasha visited the hospital 4 times, the same hospital, Lionsgate, they were unable to locate a staph infection, which ultimately killed her. And there's very little information as to exactly what happened. I don't have the answers, although Vancouver Coastal has done a review. They won't give me the review. They will only tell me of changes that they plan to do, which helps but doesn't help me. I've filed a complaint with the College of Physicians and Surgeons, but that is the reviews on them are very weak, and so I'm not expecting much from them either. So the way unfortunately, I came across the BC Wrongful Death Reform Society due to this tragic loss, a group of people that I hate to be part of, but have had to embrace their courage to try to find accountability and justice for their loved ones. And now I am trying to find some accountability and justice for my daughter, Natasha. The Family Compensation Act, as it stands right now, does nothing for my daughter or me because she did not have a mortgage, nor did she have children. And so that means that her future means nothing in the eyes of BC law. BC is the only province in Canada to have this Family Compensation Act in place, which does nothing to help children, seniors, people with disabilities, those who are not breadwinners. So this is just something that was so shocking to me to find out. Everyone told me to get lawyers, that this was blatant negligence on Lionsgate's part, and I'm horrified to find out that there is no where to go, although the lawyers are sympathetic and also want to seek justice and help victims. There's nowhere for them to go. So this not only affects my loss, because there's no law in place, there is no deterrence for these people, the doctors, the nurses, whoever they were, there's no deterrence for them to not do this again. Those who did not give my daughter proper care are still working. And so this is not acceptable. And I think that the general public who do find out about this are outraged, as I am. We have, I've teamed up with InTheirName.ca and the Organization for the Wrongful Death Reform Society, and we have just passed 10,000 signatures. I was also shocked to find out that BC NDP and Liberals have known about this lack of law for many years and have chosen to do nothing about it. So I do appreciate Councillor Fry taking this seriously and helping families, myself and the victims and loved ones of these tragedies, to hopefully find some change and seek to change the law and hold people accountable who are those are responsible for wrongful death in BC. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you don't mind staying on the line, you do have questions from a councillor?
Okay. Yeah.
Great. Councillor Boyle, go ahead for up to 3 minutes.
Councillor Carr, I think that is a holdover actually, but really appreciate the speaker coming and sharing and advocating on this, and I'm very sorry to hear about your loss.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry for questions.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Ms. Forey, for joining us and speaking your truth about Natasha. Obviously, nothing will bring Natasha back, but I just want to clarify with you that this isn't about the compensation per se. This isn't about the money. This is about really a sense of justice and meaning for Natasha's life and what happened to Natasha. And do you feel that that justice is denied?
Yes, there is no justice. I believe I should be able to have a court proceeding where the doctors and nurses who were responsible for her care should be on the stand answering questions about exactly what happened. I don't have that. There's no transparency. The hospital was quick to do a review, and that was, I think, to protect themselves because they knew the media wanted to cover the story. So whether it's about financial compensation, which I don't necessarily think is a bad thing, because that acts as a deterrent. Perhaps if there was financial compensation, they would have more strict rules with how the doctors are behaving. And there's various kinds of negligence that's happening, whether it's motor vehicle, police custody. That's what I'm finding about these families. There's no deterrence. So whether it's criminal, financial, to me, it doesn't matter. What I know as their mother, my 29-year-old daughter died, and there was zero accountability. So whichever form it takes doesn't really matter to me. It's that there is none.
Thanks, Anne. And again, sorry for your loss, and thank you for speaking your truth to us today.
Thank you, Pete.
Indeed, thank you so much for sharing with us this incredible tragedy. It's, I know Council does very much appreciate it. And that's it for questions to you. Again, thank you.
Thank you.
We do have, I believe, Speaker 5 on the line. Michael James Penny.
James Penny, President of the BC Wrongful Death Law Reform Society.
Yes. Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead to speak to Council for up to 5 minutes.
Okay, first off, Council, thank you so much for hearing Ms. Forey and myself and the other speakers on the line. And I really appreciate Councillor Fry bringing this forward. We believe that this issue that we're working on with respect to modernizing the Family Compensation Act is the biggest human rights issue in BC. And I'd make the argument that we actually don't have human rights in this province when vulnerable members of our society are simply free to kill under the law with no recourse whatsoever. And I can tell that this council really cares about protecting the vulnerable and those less fortunate, and anyone, for that matter, who, everyone who doesn't meet the discriminatory criteria of having income plus dependence. So that's entirely how human life is valued. In the other jurisdictions in the developed world, they have what are called loss of companionship, love, guidance, affection, that are lost, and they by the surviving family members, and that is that basic foundation of human value is a measurement of those surviving family members left who are impacted by that loss, and were able to dignify their lives even if they weren't a breadwinner. And BC just doesn't have that at all. And all the other provinces have modernized, including the Yukon. To be perfectly clear, though, the other provinces don't necessarily do that great of a job in their legislation with respect to other developed nations. But our society we've researched all the legislation across Canada. We've cherry-picked the best aspects of those legislation to ensure we have a piece of legislation that can be brought forth in BC that doesn't allow for loopholes for wrongdoers to escape accountability, and would truly provide legislative protections and set a modern standard of human dignity for everyone in the province inclusively. So we're seeing in our society that those primarily most affected or most vulnerable, rather, is children, seniors, and the disabled, as well as we're also seeing the First Nations population disproportionately affected. One specific statistic I can give off the top of my head is First Nations are represented 248% more than the rest of the general population in motor vehicle fatalities. And, pouring over the data, we're seeing other similar things in police custody deaths, medical negligence. So when you don't have an equal framework of legislative protection, it impacts individuals, but it also impacts other groups disproportionately as a result. And then just to wrap up everything, is I was brought to the society as a volunteer because my dad, who was born and raised in Vancouver and was a vibrant member of the community and contributor. He had early onset Alzheimer's disease when I was still a teenager, and I cared for him in the home for 7 years. He eventually was neglected at a care facility, and only on his deathbed did I come to realize that I was not going to be able to hold the wrongdoers accountable for what had happened to him. So we're really hoping to be able to prevent this from happening to others in the future. And we believe that in order to have successful systems that brings a high standard of care and safety in our province, there has to be financial deterrence and accountability. Otherwise, we just cannot improve these systems until then. So I really appreciate you guys hearing me, and thanks so much for the opportunity.
Great. You do have questions, if you don't mind staying on the line. Councillor Weeb, for up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, you talked about this being one of the biggest human rights concerns we have here in BC. Why do you think it's taken this long for this to be brought up?
Yeah, that's a very, very good question. So, many of the other provinces, modernized back in the 90s. I mean, the most recent one was Yukon in 2014, and arguably they were very late to the table. So we came very close to modernizing the legislation in 2011. MLA Ralph Sultan out of West Vancouver brought forth a private member's bill. It ended up being rejected because there was some in-camera discussion with ICBC. They brought forth these apocalyptic numbers that really scared the Liberal government at the time, and they decided not to do it. The Liberal cabinet has since gone on record on radio and said that the numbers that they were given were not grounded in reality. It was designed to scare the government from modernizing the Family Compensation Act, and they've now acknowledged that publicly. So I think it's a matter of the government may look at certain data internally, but the public has never been able to see that data. So we want to be able to kind of look at the data and what that might actually mean for the province's bottom line. We'd make the argument that it'll save the province money because we'll have much safer systems and prevent wrongful deaths. But not everyone necessarily looks at it that way. But I would say those have been our biggest challenges. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, and I guess second question is the goal here is that we could try to find a system that can try to eliminate the amount of wrongful death in the province. Is that correct? So the goal is not how do we get the compensation, but the end goal is how do we eliminate this?
Well, I think a fundamental aspect of democracy is having a tort system so that the individual can bring forth an action in a court of law and be held equally against whomever, how big the entity may be they're going against. They may be suing a big corporation, they may be suing the government, but there's an equal footing in a court of law, and we just simply don't have that because human life is not valued. So the way you do that is, sadly, you have to make a value, and that's done by looking at case law, and that amount of money has to be able to pay for court costs to cover that. And that's a process that we see, everywhere else in the developed world. They recognize the tort-based system as being accurate and effective in getting the truth and bringing forth financial deterrence against wrongdoers. And that has been absolutely the most effective. And we see that in other jurisdictions.
And have we seen in other jurisdictions ways to not have it as mostly court costs and legal costs that eat up most of the financial elements of this and more on the preventative or other means of changing practices? Recognizing, I know in the US, right, my brother spends huge amount of money on insurance for wrongful death, and I'm just wondering how we can go and create a system that allows for it to still make the system more feasible, so we're spending money on preventive and supporting people and less on the cost of afterwards.
Well, that's a really great question. And what a lot of people or rather people in government have done in BC is they've made things like patient care quality offices or commissions or tribunals or review boards. And in their investigative mandates, they don't actually do fact-finding because they'll maybe limit the scope of the investigation to just focus on, we'll just look at the medical records, but they won't go and interview people. They won't go through the full process to fact find and then hold the wrongdoers accountable. And so it turns into pretty much just purely investigative theater that brings forth no accountability, no deterrence, and actually doesn't fix the system. Because if an insurer has to pay a $500,000 payout for some poor girl who was killed, the insurer is going to say, okay, we're not going to pay out $500,000 anymore. We're going to get all the orthopedic surgeons in the province to be retrained on this particular issue. And they'll pay for the retraining. They'll pay for whatever it needs to happen to adjust the system so that people aren't wrongfully killed. So there has to be a financial mechanism to make this work. I get that there's a desire to be a do-gooder and have these kind of tribunals and stuff like that, but they're just completely ineffective. And I know this firsthand because I've been through every single one.
And you are well out of time, Councillor Weeb, but appreciate very much the questions there. And I don't think there's any other questions for you. So thank you so much for speaking to Council and answering those questions so very thoroughly. So we are on to speaker number 6, Catherine Adamson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Go ahead for up to 5 minutes.
Oh, great. Thank you. My name is Catherine Adamson. I'm a bereaved mother. My 17-year-old daughter, Heidi Dawn Klompus, was standing on the side of the road and was struck by a car, fracturing badly her 4 shin bones. She was taken to first one hospital, then a second one. She ended up dying 3.5 weeks later. And there was a coroner's investigation and there was a Children's Commission investigation. Both investigations concluded that she didn't die from her initial injuries. She died from a series of medical errors. So when we were processing this, obviously the grief of losing our 17-year-old perfectly healthy athletic daughter just at the beginning of grade 12, we went to lawyers to see what we could do. With the coroner's investigation and the Children's Commission investigation, it clearly laid out they're not allowed to say exactly who did wrong, but they said what was done wrongly. And we were told by one lawyer after another, there's nothing you can do because of the Family Compensation Act. From 1846, we have this old law that was initially put in place to protect families when the breadwinner, the husband, died on a job or died wrongfully somehow. But it's now still on the books, still hasn't been adjusted to modern times. But basically it says a child is absolutely worthless in the eyes of the law. So we were really shocked about this. So I have met with many lawyers and then other bereaved families who have lost family members due to a wrongful death. And we formed a society. So I'm one of the forming members of the BC Law Reform Society, Wrongful Death Law Reform Society. And we have been trying to get first the Liberal government, now the NDP government, to basically throw out the Family Compensation Act because it just deals with compensating families for the loss of a breadwinner. And we have written a wrongful death Accountability Act, and it speaks to accountability and justice, and that is what is missing so much in the Family Compensation Act. There's no accountability for wrongfully causing the death of a child, a senior, or a person with disabilities. There's no sense of justice that ever is achieved by the family members that are left behind. So I want to speak to what Michael James Penny was just saying about the government not wanting to put in a wrongful death act. Their argument mostly is money. It's going to cost too much money. It'll cost ICBC too much money. It'll cost the medical malpractice insurance company too much money. It's always about money, never about trying to achieve justice. So my argument to you is think about when a judge sentences a criminal to prison time, sentences somebody to 20 years in prison because they murdered somebody or they did tax fraud or they did some other crime. There's never the judge never stops to consider how much will this cost the taxpayers. Money is never a consideration when you're talking about enacting justice, right? Trying to right a wrong or making somebody pay for what they did. Money is never a consideration. But with the BC government, both Liberal and NDP, their main criteria is we can't do this because it'll cost too much money. And that is not a valid argument at all. What we need is the ability to take these people, the wrongdoers, to a court of law where you can shine a light on the problem. Here's what happened to make this person die. The doctors did A, B, and C. And then it's reported and it's exposed, and then changes can happen. Then a discussion comes up. Reporters will interview all sorts of doctors and experts in this area, and then it will be fixed eventually. And I can give you a personal, very clear example of this. So my daughter died 23 years ago, last October. I wrote a book called Heidi Don Klompas, Missed Opportunities. And I based that book on all the medical research I did, discussions with experts in she broke her shin bones, so long bone fractures and the resulting fat embolism syndrome, and then a number of other mistakes that came up. So when I published this book, I dropped several copies off to all the area hospitals in the lower mainland. So I just physically went in, and then in front of doctors and surgeons' lounges and nurses' lounges, I left stacks of books on coffee tables in front of the doors, hoping that doctors would read my book and learn from it. So, and in my book, I detail what the international standards are for the care of long bone fractures, and it's basically fix them and realign them immediately to reduce fat embolism syndrome getting into the bloodstream and destroying the brain. So,
Ms.
2 years after,
excuse me, Ms. Adams.
Can I just tell you that
in a couple of sentences, because you are well over time.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. So, a friend was in an accident, broke many long bones, was taken to VGH emergency. He was hooked up to an IV, and after they looked at his x-rays, they put some medicine in an IV bag. He asked the surgeon, "Oh, what is it that you're giving me?" And the doctor said, "We don't want another Klompas on our hands." And then my friend says, "Oh, do you mean Heidi Klompas?" And the surgeon was surprised and said, "Yes, how do you know that?" And my friend says, "Well, I know her mother. She wrote a book about what happened to her daughter." And the surgeon said, "Oh, we've all read the book. That's why you're now getting this medicine, so we don't lose you to fat embolism syndrome." So in my life, that's my...
Yes,
okay.
I understand. Yeah, we are, I'm sorry, but as I say, you're well over time, and I think that, yeah.
Okay.
To be fair to all the speakers that come, but very much appreciate all the details that you have provided. Incredibly useful for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. And I believe we have speaker 7 on the list, Frank Trent Watts.
This is Frank Watts.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you well. Go ahead for up to 5 minutes.
Okay, I am Frank Watts. I'm a full-blooded Indigenous man, Niska from the village of Genova. In 1999, my dad died in police custody, where the cops brought my dad into the drunk tank unconscious because of them roughing him up. And when they brought him in unconscious, people in the drunk tank saw him choking on his vomit, and they called for help. When the guard on duty came, they answered the door, and he said, "I can't step into this cell unless there's a clothed RCMP beside me." And that guard closed the door, and he just left my dad to choke on his vomit, and my dad died. And in the police report, it says that any man brought into the drunk tank unconscious should be checked by the doctor. And the problem was they didn't do that. There was an ambulance attendant they called, and the funny thing, the ambulance attendant checked the wrong person. He didn't check my dad's body. they did checked the wrong person, and my dad ended up dying. And I tried to get help for this. I tried to talk to over 30 lawyers, and I couldn't get any help whatsoever. I just want to say I was thankful that I met Michael James Penny, and I agree with the motion to modernize BC wrongful death laws because there are many people that aren't being held accountable for their actions which could have saved someone's life or which have caused someone's death. I'm praying that the Honourable Mayor and the councils will address this matter and actually go out and talk to First Nations communities that have had family members die in police custody. Other than that, I've lost like 16 years of my life because of my dad being lost in police custody. I was lost in addiction, and I decided to sober up 2016, and I'm in clean for 5 years. I'm a full-time student now at Simon Fraser University, working towards my Master's of Environmental Science. And also I will do a minor in law because I want to help out further people down the line that may need help that I never received. And this is extremely important to me, and I pray that me stepping forward here with you guys will help open the eyes of many Indigenous people of this land that are too afraid to step forward because of racism and systematic racism that keeps them from stepping into buildings and meetings like this. Other than that, I'm grateful to be given this chance to speak, and I thank you guys for listening.
Oh, thank you so much. Very much appreciated. If you can stay on the line, you've got questions from Councillor?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks, Councillor Fry, for up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Mr. Watts, for sharing your truth and the story of your father. Did I get that right, that you went to see 30 different lawyers and none of them would take this on?
Yes, I went to 30 different lawyers, and none of them would take it on because I did talk to the coroner the day my dad died, and he said I had a 100% chance of winning this case against the RCMP because my dad didn't have enough heart problems to kill him, nor did he have enough alcohol in the system to kill him. And I saw pictures of my dad. He had bruises on his temple and his nose. And that wasn't enough. I couldn't believe it. And it just broke my heart that no one would help me. I even phoned the human rights, and they just hung up on me as well.
And so, but these lawyers specifically did not take this case on because under the Family Compensation Act, there was no potential to have any compensation to pay for legal representation, is what you're saying.
Yeah, and I wasn't able to get any compensation or help whatsoever, and I didn't know where to turn, so that's when. Sorry.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mr. Watts. I'm wondering if you're familiar with Mary Ellen Trapel-Lafon's recent report that really kind of highlights the overrepresentation of Indigenous folks in misdiagnosis and wrongful death in our healthcare system, and if you, in your experience, that's an accurate reflection of sort of healthcare failing the Indigenous population.
Well, it is. I actually have two other uncles who died in police custody, and nothing has happened. They got swept under the rug, and I do have an elder friend at SWU who told me about her mom and dad also dying in police custody and nothing ever happening. And it's the fact that racism plays a big part in it, and that's why a lot of Native people don't step forward into hearings like this, is because they're used to this being pushed under the rug.
Well, thank you, Mr. Watts. I appreciate you taking the time to come and speak to us. And yeah, thank you. And sorry for your loss. And best wishes on your studies.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much. Very important to us that you've taken this time. And so
Yes.
I believe, thank you. I believe we also have speaker 8, Faith E. Heyman, on the line.
Yes. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. So you have up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Okay. There are 3 values that I believe the society speaks to around the wrongful death issue. The first is that everyone's life is valuable. The current law only recognizes the financial value of a person, not the individual, him or herself. So if the person has little or no earnings, there isn't a claim. This means that our current law often does not recognize the wrongful death of large segments of our population, including at-home mothers, Indigenous people, seniors, children, and students, people with disabilities, disenfranchised members of society. That is not the way our society should value its members. The wrongful death of any member of our society is a loss that needs to be recognized. So that's the first, that everyone's life is valuable. The second is that our laws need to promote accountability. They need to promote accountability in relation to actions that are serious enough to cause death. The degree of accountability should not depend on the level of the income of the person who died. Our society needs laws that hold people accountable for the negligence that causes death to any member of our society, not just income earners. The third is that it provides a tangible measure of justice and recognition of loss to people who remain, those who have lost their loved ones because of someone's negligence or carelessness. Citizens in our society need to have a forum to hold people who have caused death by negligence accountable for their loved one's death. That is what I wanted to communicate here.
Great. Thank you. Do you mind, you've got questions from a councillor staying on the line to answer questions?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Councillor, oops, sorry. Councillor Fry, go ahead. Up to 3 minutes.
Oh, that was a holdover, Chair, but I do appreciate the speaker highlighting that low-income people in particular, and just the ugly notion that income determines a person's worth and value, and I do appreciate those comments, and I thank the speaker for articulating them so well.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Fry, and I agree. That was a very clear explanation of the values that lie behind the real move here. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, Madam Clerk, do we have? I believe there were 2 speakers earlier that were not on the line. Have they joined the line or no?
It is the clerk here, Chair Carr, and speaker number 1 and speaker number 2 have not joined the line.
Okay, and they have been reminded?
Yes, there was reminder emails, more than one.
Great. Okay. Great. Then that is the end of our. I was close the speakers list. That's the end of our speakers list. And at this point, then staff, staff. At this point, council, we're looking to any discussion, additional questions to staff through me, and if you've got them, that's the point we're at, is a debate and decision. And Okay, Councillor Fry. At this point, it's up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, and I probably won't take that just to close, assuming there's nobody else speaking to this. I was this issue, frankly, I didn't know about wrongful death laws in British Columbia until my friend Anne posted about her daughter Natasha's death on Facebook, and later when we talked about what actually happened, and more importantly, what didn't happen as far as getting justice for Natasha, and really opened this whole sort of conversation. And I sat in on a Zoom meeting with the In Their Name BC Wrongful Death Society, and heard so many British Columbians who really expressing their pain, and folks like Catherine Adamson, who spoke to us earlier, and talking about her daughter who had died decades ago, and how fresh that pain and raw that pain still is, and the frustration. And I think it was very moving for me and very illuminating, the frustration these folks dealing with successive levels of government that had failed to kind of move forward to modernize our wrongful death legislations, despite the fact that across Canada, every other province in our country has done so. I did have a meeting with Ms. Forey and the newly elected MLA for Richmond Queensborough, Aman Singh. I know Ms. Forey's met with George Heyman and Dave Eby, and I know that these are thoughtful elected provincial representatives who understand this issue, and I do believe that they will move forward on this issue. And I'm hoping that through this motion, through the LMLGA and on to UBCM, that we collectively as local government can support the provincial government in finally addressing this antiquated legislation, and the pain that it causes so many British Columbians from so many sectors in our society. And that last speaker really struck me with the notion that how we value people's lives and their deaths is a real indictment of our values as a society, and I think that that's something that we can improve. So I hope the council will support this motion, and we can take it on to UBCM and hopefully support the province and finally dealing with this outdated legislation. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Council, I don't see any else on the list to speak to this, so I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to put us on forward to vote on this. Thank you. Councillors Genova, Weeb, and Kirby Young have not yet voted. Great, that is a unanimous decision, Council. Great. We are now moving on to item 10. This is another referral of a motion from yesterday's council meeting, local elections review and reform, and which was moved and introduced by Councillor Fry and seconded by myself. So we are now going to move to hearing speakers on this motion. And I do believe that we have speakers on the line. Number 1, Council, the first speaker has withdrawn, so we're going to be starting with speaker 2, Jeffrey Neuenberg. And Jeffrey Neuenberg, if you are on the line listening, if you could start speaking now to Council.
Thank you, Council Chair. I'm a resident here in Vancouver and work in Vancouver by day as a lawyer. And when I'm not doing that, I volunteer for Fair Vote Canada, and I'm currently a national councillor for Fair Vote Canada. And I'm speaking on that behalf today. We're supportive of this motion. We're glad that that movement is being is taking place with respect to the task force report of 2017. The whole reason for being of Fair Vote Canada is to ensure that that there's better representation for all Canadians, British Columbians, Vancouverites. at all levels of government, and we of course strongly support proportional representation. We think that citizens' assemblies are a good way of getting there and building the consensus that's needed for necessary reforms. If you look back at the referendums that we've had in the past, both on electoral reform and on other issues, they often become very divisive issues, and they often become divisive sometimes about not necessarily the substance of the issue, but about other things. And in the model that we have in British Columbia of the Citizens Assembly back in 2004 is a wonderful one, and one that I hope this motion will allow us to replicate in Vancouver. It's important that the Citizens Assembly is representative, and they have a lot of power to study different electoral systems. They have a little bit of power over their own mandate and their own ability to do that review. And ideally that they have the power to become ambassadors after things are done, to go to schools, go to different communities and community groups, and explain the consultations they did before, the experts they heard from, the decisions that they reached, and then explain that to the public to create consensus and buy-in. So we're very supportive of this motion. There's a few concerns that we have about things. I think it's important. It's good that the motion envisions a process for council and staff in doing consultations. But I think it's important that that doesn't mean that the Citizens Assembly isn't doing that role as well. It's an and issue, not a either or thing. It's important that the Citizens Assembly has the power to do those consultations. I think it's also very important that we have the city actually has the power to move these changes, right? As it is right now, the Vancouver Charter doesn't permit many forms of proportional representation. There's some debate whether it allows any. And former councillor Andrea Reimer made the point a few months ago in a Women Transforming Cities talk that there's a problem sometimes with doing consultations when you don't permit when you tell people that you're going to consult them about a change and you don't actually have the ability to exercise that change. So I think it's important that this motion includes a formal request to the provincial government to amend the charter to allow the sort of electoral systems sort of changes that a Citizens Assembly might recommend and that the task force already has recommended. If it doesn't come with that request, there's a good chance that after the consultation is done, that firstly you will have less people participate because it will be a little bit of a theoretical exercise. If people don't realize that and participate, it tends to breed cynicism when they find out at the end of the day that, well, the city consulted us about this, but we never had the power to do it anyway. So I think it's very important that there is that request to the provincial government to change things. My understanding is that the city hasn't made that request since the new council has been in place, and I don't believe there's been a request to the current government. There has been previous requests, but my hope is that the current Minister of Municipal Affairs and the current government might be more receptive to that. I think there's been a number of stories and about diversity on council. everyone's familiar with the Council So White memes and that sort of thing. And it
just before you go on, actually, you are over time. However, you do have councillors questioning you, if that's okay, if you want to stay on the line to answer those questions. Great. All right. First, we have Councillor Dominato for up to 3 minutes.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks for calling in today. I just had a couple of questions, and maybe you can expand on processes for establishing Citizens Assembly, because they have had some challenges in the past, and so I'm curious about approach there. And then the other question is around proportional representation at the civic level and through Fair Vote Canada. If you can comment on that and what jurisdictions and how it's working, that'd be great. So 2 questions.
Yes. So in terms of selecting a Citizens Assembly, the way that we did it for the provincial one was, it was kind of like a jury type system, right? Everyone, you got a letter in the mail. I think it's important that that there's resources so people aren't missing out on their wages to join this sort of thing, because otherwise that you're going to be pre-selecting the sort of people that come. There needs to be resources for people. In terms of what sort of systems there's many different proportional systems that could work at a municipal level. I think, and there's many different kind of flavors of proportional representation. So I think that the way that things are set up, or the recommendation from the report, was that a Citizens Assembly kind of pick what the best way to do that is. We at Fair Vote Canada support proportional representation pretty much full stop. It's important that there's different considerations in terms of having more voter choice, certain connections with regions and things like that. And there's ways to do it, where it's not like an across the city election. You can have it with different, large wards and things like that. So I don't want to get too much in the weeds in the different systems, but and do the Citizens Assemblies work. But that would be my comments on that.
Councillor Dominato?
Okay, thank you. I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you so much. And Councillor Fry, over to you for 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks. I'm just curious, you mentioned that there was some confusion around the ability for proportional representation within the Vancouver Charter. I'm wondering if you can elaborate a little bit on that.
Yes. So, I mean, I'm quite active in different groups at Fair Vote Canada and with other advocates for reform at all levels of government. I know that there's some that are of the view that that certain types of semi-proportional systems might be compliant with the letter of the Vancouver Charter. There's some discussion that perhaps something like cumulative voting, which is, instead of voting, one vote for every councillor, you could, pool your votes. So if somebody really likes, a particular councillor, they could put multiple votes on that councillor. So there's some debate among in media and among academics about whether maybe the letter of the charter might allow you to do kind of multiple vote type things like that. My understanding, that the rumors that I hear is that, and you guys would know better than I, perhaps, or certainly your staff would, is that the city might have an opinion that, a legal opinion that that would be not possible. I think it would require a little bit of an aggressive view of the charter that you would be allowed to do that, because the practice is that in BC we only have at-large plurality block voting, like it exists in Vancouver right now. and then wards in Lake Country.
Right. So I guess so then to the idea of your earlier point around like which comes first, sort of chicken or egg, is it the community assembly sort of consultation approach, or is it just go straight to the province and ask for something that maybe there is a little bit more work that needs to be done on what that ask even looks like, and perhaps that work is through things like the Independent Election Task Force or the community panels or even other mechanisms to really actually hone in on that ask, because we do have a lot of asks, and sorry, I was doing air quotes there, asks of the province for various amendments to the charter that sit there sort of languishing, and while I agree with you that we need some certainty, I think we need to probably fine tune that a bit. Would you agree?
Not too much time left, Councillor Fry, for the answer.
Okay.
I think it's important to make the ask, because if you don't, like, once you have the ability to do it, then any consultation you do, you have the freedom to do what you want, right? I don't think there's any downside to having that freedom. The city can choose not to do anything on it, or they can do something on it, but until you have that power, the consultation might help you get the ball rolling, but it might also, if you're not asking for and putting pressure on the province to make the change, then it might discourage some folks, because if after the consultation is done, then you do the ask, it's probably then the ball is going to be pushed much further down the road.
Great. Okay. You do have more. Thanks, Councillor Fry. You do have more questions from councillors. So, Councillor Boyle, you're next. Up to 3 minutes.
Thanks. I appreciate you signing up to speak, and have a question similar to where Councillor Fry was going there too, which is around the sort of chicken or egg of provincial change and local discussion. And I'm wondering if you could speak a bit about the legislation that the Ontario government brought in. It was kind of permissive, allowing a range of options for local governments to choose from in improving their electoral system.
Yeah, so until recently, the Wynne government previously had passed legislation that was just permissive. So it allowed, among other systems, it allowed like a rank ballot or like a preferential ballot. And preferential ballot can either be proportional, you rank all your candidates by preference, and then you can, depending on how it's counted, you either end up with a proportional result, or you can end up with, depending on how you set up the system, a winner-take-all result. So both of those options were available in Ontario. It was adopted there was referendums in a few towns, and you're going to stretch my memory here. I think Kingston was one of the places that it was successful. Unfortunately, the Ford government just changed that kind of without consultation. They forced it into a bill that was dealing with protections, legal liability protections for long-term care facilities due to COVID, and they kind of forced it through. And all of the three opposition parties in Ontario have committed to undo that and just pass this permissive legislation that would allow municipalities to make their own decision, to have local choice on what voting system works best for their residents. I understand in Newfoundland right now too, the NDP there is committed to the same sort of thing, this permissive legislation. I don't know what the real prospect of them forming the government in a few weeks in Newfoundland are, but they've made the same commitment.
So just to clarify, the provincial change provided a number of options that local governments could then choose to go through their own process to choose to switch to meet their own specific local needs.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So it didn't prescribe anything. It allowed, it gave the power to municipalities to make that decision. And then they could go through a consultation process to determine what worked best for them. In a couple, it was actually executed or affected in one city in Ontario. There was a referendum that passed in the other, but it hadn't yet been implemented. And there was referendums that were, or consultations that were taking place in some other cities that
think we're going to have to
being
leave
abandoned.
it at that.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm over time.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for all of those answers.
Yeah, thank you. There, you still have questions. However, Councillor Hardwick, go ahead for 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'll be very quick. We've been talking about different forms of local election, whether it's proportional representation, wards, or at-large systems. Do you have any input on the length of term? My understanding is, well, I know that we extended from 2 years to 3 years in, I think, 1993, and then, let me see, up to 4 years in 2014. There's also been quite a lot of discussion about the merits of different lengths of term, but I believe that was set at UBCM or came from a motion at UBCM probably in 2013. Do you have any insight in length of terms as part of your analysis?
I don't think we have any, for Vote Canada has any position on, whether the term should be shorter or longer. I think that's a question. Like, I think that's set out in the charter, but I wouldn't know for sure. I don't think I can provide much more guidance on that.
Okay, well, I was just wondering because we're, Councillor Boyle's question before this was going to the province or, asking the question if we went to the province to ask for municipalities to have the right to determine their own form of election, if that could also be extended to length of term. But if you don't have an answer, I appreciate you addressing it. Thank you.
And those are, thank you, Councillor Hardwick, and those are your questions. So very much appreciate you taking the time to be here and coming from the very knowledgeable and experiential basis of Fair Vote Canada. So
thank you very much.
Thank you. So I believe we have speakers 3 on the line. Anthony Hodgson.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. I'm president of Fair Voting BC and was also a member of the Independent Election Task Force in both 2017 and 2019. Today, though, I'm speaking on behalf of Fair Voting BC and in support of Councillor Fry's motion. While I personally support all the resolutions in this motion, I wish to speak on Fair Voting BC's behalf to Resolution A in particular. And we deeply appreciate Councillor Fry bringing this recommendation forward, highlighting the need to find a way to move away from the current discriminatory and exclusionary at-large block voting system. As Mayor Stewart once noted, our at-large system is universally seen to be the most disproportional system possible and has been struck down over and over again by courts in the U.S. on the basis that it is racially discriminatory. It must change. In Vancouver, we've seen over and over again the negative effects of this voting system. Frequent sweeps and near sweeps of council by a single party, which indicates that a mere plurality of the voters has the power to control nearly all the seats on council, which largely excludes the voice of the majority of the city's voters. There's also significant underrepresentation on council of certain areas of the city. Historically, that's been the east side, and more recently, what's been described as the areas south of Kingsway. And the fact that racialized candidates almost always end up at the bottom of their party slates and don't end up getting elected. And it's now been almost 50 years since a candidate with a South Asian background has been elected to council. That was the one and only such candidate. So in our view, it's high time to address these problems. We also deeply appreciate Councillor Fry's proposal to use a citizen-centered deliberative process to discern the change we should make. And we particularly appreciate the idea of combining deliberative polling and the Citizens' Assembly, as we feel that a significant weakness of the original BC Citizen Assembly was the limited broader public engagement beyond the Assembly itself. So in our view, this earlier deliberative public process, or this complementary deliberative public process, should focus on identifying the concerns voters have with the current voting system and their goals and priorities for change, rather than the mechanisms which should be left to the Citizens' Assembly to consider. So the IETF that I served on also recommended this kind of two-part structure, and recommended that in this first phase, voters should be asked such questions as how important it is to them that parties gain seats in proportion to the number of voters who support their candidates, that the voting system encourages candidates to seek common ground across party lines, that the system itself facilitates electing more racially diverse councils, and that particular areas of the city with historically lower voter turnout rates nonetheless elect a number of councillors proportionate to the population of those areas. We recommend that this initial phase include both standard polling by phone and internet to better understand the present state of public understanding and concern regarding civic elections, and the degree of support for key democratic values and goals, along with more deliberative exercises in which randomly selected groups of voters are brought together over relatively abbreviated time frames, such as over a weekend, to learn about the issues in more detail from experts, and to have an opportunity to talk with one another to form more considered judgments. The result of this deliberative engagement phase should then serve as input to the Citizens' Assembly, whose primary task would be to deliberate and form recommendations on the best mechanisms for achieving the goals that were identified earlier. We'd further recommend that a Citizens' Assembly publicly issue their preliminary recommendations and invite responses from both the public and other stakeholders, including councillors and civic political parties. And another round of public polling at this point would help us better understand the degree of public support for what the Assembly is concluding. And then they should have another opportunity to deliberate further and incorporate this feedback before issuing their final recommendation. And finally, I want to reiterate Jeff's point that since Council doesn't currently have the power to actually implement many of the changes that an Assembly might recommend, we do strongly urge Council to add to the present motion a clause directing Council or the Mayor to ask the provincial government at this time to amend the Charter. And this would be consonant with Justice Tom Berger's recommendation from his 2004 report. And this kind of power is available in many cities around the world, including in the U.S., New Zealand, and most recently in Wales. So it's worth reiterating for the present government. So thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, thank you very much. You have no questions from councillors, but very much appreciated, and I'm sure they all do, your coming to speak to us. Again, thank you.
Sure.
Council, just before I go on to the next speaker, I just wanted to inform you that we have 4 remaining speakers on the line. It is 4:47. We will not get through those speakers before 5. So it is up to you whether we just want to take our normal break from 5 to 6 and come back and hear the remainder of speakers and debate and decision, or if we want to extend to finish the speakers before we break for dinner. So, but I would need a motion to do that. Otherwise, we are breaking at 5. Okay, I'm not seeing a motion, so I'm going to go on to the next speaker. The next speaker is Ryan, speaker number 4, Ryan Matthew Campbell. Ryan Matthew Campbell, if you're on the line, you may address council now. We're not hearing you. I'm not sure if you're muted.
It is the clerk here, Chair Carr, and
yes.
I'm being told that the speaker is on the line, so he may be having a muting problem or an unmuting problem.
Yeah. Yeah, so Ryan Matthew Campbell, if you could check your phone line again, make sure that you are not muted, and we will wait for for a minute or so to see if Madam Clerk, there's any way that we can get some technical assistance from the
Chair
phone line
Carr, it
operators.
is the clerk here. TELUS is trying to assist the speaker now with being able to access the line.
Okay, we'll be patient. And Madam Clerk, perhaps you can advise if we are hearing from the TELUS operator that this is going to be possible or not within now
Yes, it is
more
the
limited time.
Yeah, it is the clerk here, and TELUS is trying, but they're not able to communicate. So you may wish to move to the next speaker, number 5, who's on the line, and they can continue working with number 4.
I will do that. Anthony Hughes, are you on the line?
I am here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you perfectly. Yes, you have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Okay, great. Thank you. So my name is Anthony Hughes. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I'm speaking in support of Motion B6, Local Elections Review and Reform. Thank you, Council, for affording me a few minutes to speak, and thank you, Councillor Fry, for bringing this motion forward. I'm speaking to you today as a private resident of Vancouver, but in the spirit of Councillor Fry's motion, I want to disclose that I am the chairperson for the Green Party of Vancouver and have donated both time and money to Councillor Fry's election in 2018. As we have seen with recent elections in Canada and the US and around the world, democracy is not something we can take for granted. It takes a lot of work to have a healthy democracy, and it doesn't take much to lose it. We have seen the damage that misinformation, weaponization of data, the influence of dark money, as well as the negative impact winner-take-all systems have on representation. And while the US is the most recent and dramatic example of the toxic, corrosive effect these influences have on democracy, Vancouver is not immune. We have seen an increasing prevalence of these elements in Vancouver elections and in our daily political discourse. Despite moves by the province to limit the influence of dark money and misuse of data by political parties, there are still gaping loopholes in the legislation, loopholes that politicians of all stripes are benefiting from. When it comes down to it, democracy is about representation and accountability to those who serve, especially in times of crisis. And we now face multiple simultaneous crises: a climate crisis, a mental health crisis, systemic racism in our public institutions, an opioid epidemic, widespread poverty, an affordable housing crisis, and COVID. The strength of our democracy dictates our ability as a city to care for everyone who lives, works, and plays here, a fact that rings true now more than ever. It's encouraging to see Councillor Fry building on the work of the previous election task forces and advocating for change through citizen engagement. But it's equally encouraging to see the threat of artificial intelligence on democracy acknowledged. Far too many politicians aren't talking about this very real threat currently. I want to live in a Vancouver free from influence of dark money and weaponized misinformation, stronger code of conduct mechanisms for elected officials, and with a proportional voting system designed by its citizens to reflect their diverse values and complex needs. This is the best way to restore trust and confidence in our local government. Councillor Fry's motion delivers on many of these key things. We need to start strengthening our democracy, to protect it against those that mean to erode our democracy for personal gain. It sets us on the right path to a thriving democracy that is more representative and more able to serve the needs of all residents. I hope all of Council will support this very important work. Thank you.
And thank you for your presentation to Council. You do have speakers. If you could just stay on the line to, sorry, you do have questions. If you could stay on the line to answer them, that would be great.
Sure.
Okay, Councillor Dominato, go ahead for up to 3 minutes.
Thanks for calling in and appreciate your transparency. I just wanted to follow up on a comment you made. I can't remember if you said weaponized information, but I'm curious if you have an opinion on the issue of some of these petition sites that are generating correspondence to council and often are activated by civic parties or independent members of council and deliver sort of a template to council on various issues. And if you have any thoughts or perspective on that in terms of the democratic process and identifying who we're hearing from.
Yeah, I do have some opinions on that. I see there's a potential benefit to making it easier for people to engage and to make their voices heard, and that's critical to a healthy democracy. But I would have concerns in terms of the transparency of who is behind the actual petitions and whether they're using that to funnel data to other political parties or other entities.
Thank you. Thanks for calling in today.
Thank you.
Great. Yeah, thank you. And that is it for questions. But again, I think all of Council really appreciates you coming in to share your perspective on this key issue. So thank you. And Council, we have just maybe not five, Council, well, we actually, I think we only have 4 minutes left, so that isn't enough time for another speaker. And we do have, so just so you know, we have Speaker 4 back on the line. We have Speaker 6 and Speaker 8 to go. So I'm, without a motion to extend, I'm going to say that we should then, because there is only 4 minutes, we're going to just end now, and we will reconvene at 6 o'clock to continue with the speakers list and then debate and decision on this item. Great. Have a good dinner, everyone. hope you all had a good dinner break, and we are ready to resume this this standing committee meeting. And we are in the midst of item number 10, local elections review and reform, and we are in the middle of our speakers list here. I believe we're going to start with speaker number 4, Ryan Matthew Campbell, who was on the line, but somehow we couldn't get the sound going through. So, Ryan Matthew Campbell, are you on the line? And can you hear us? And can we hear you?
I am on the line. Can you hear me?
Absolutely, we can. That's very good. You're nice and clear. So go ahead to council for up to 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Ryan. I'm the Secretary of Fair Vote Vancouver, and I'm on the national board of Fair Vote Canada, like Jeff was, and I've worked with Tony in the past as well. I think they covered, I say first of all that I am in support of the whole of this motion. I want to focus on Section A, like a lot of the other speakers did as well, and just talk about return to this chicken versus the egg problem of, do we get permission from the province first and then take steps towards reform, or do we do the reverse? And I think that the answer is you do both, right? We want the chicken and the egg as soon as possible. That make the ask for to the province for permissive legislation, and now, and that could be just a reiteration of previous asks, or it could be a laundry list of new things that want to be added. I think either one is perfectly fine. And make the ask now, and if they say wait and see, or they say no, you can always ask again later. So I don't think there's any harm in making the ask. And I think this is an important issue, not just for Vancouver, but for the region as a whole. I don't know if people are aware, but so Metro Vancouver is about 50% white, 47% visible minority, 3% Indigenous. And our representation is about 89% white. And what that means is if you are of European heritage, you have about an 8 times greater chance of being elected to a municipal council than someone who is not European. I think that's a pretty shocking statistic. It's directly related to the voting system. There's been repeated court rulings in the U.S. to that effect, and unfortunately, current legislation doesn't allow us to address that, at least not entirely. So I'm very encouraged by this motion in general. I wanted to throw a few statistics out there that I thought were interesting. One is that there was, I think, 214,000 people voted for independent candidates in the civic election, compared to 218,000 that voted Green. 3 Greens were elected, no independents were elected. And that's partly related to the voting system. And that's not saying 3 Greens is too many by any means, but just whether there's a large segment of votes that aren't represented at this council. If independents were a party, they would be the 3rd largest party, and a close 3rd. So people don't really think of independence when we talk proportional representation, but proportional representation is about representing what voters want. It's not about parties. The oldest forms of proportional representation didn't even have parties, and any form of it can be adapted to parties by just treating adapted to independence by just treating independence as a party of one. Another thing, like if people are trying to imagine how this is linked to the issue of ethnic representation, there's a form of semi-proportional voting called limited voting, where you have fewer votes cast, or you are able to cast fewer votes than there are candidates. So you might have 5 votes instead of 10. So you could imagine a situation where there was 12 councillors to be elected, but you still only had 10 votes. And parties would probably nominate the same candidates. Voters would probably vote the same way. The difference would be David Grewal and David Wong from the MPA and Greens, respectively, would have been elected. So that's, just the previous election, there's more diversity that would have been on council had there been even an inch of semi-proportional voting. Another thing I want to highlight is Vancouver has very little control over its voting system right now, but one thing it does control is the number of councillors. There is no need for provincial approval to increase the size of council. And because people generally don't use older votes already, we can expect that if you grew council from, say, 10 to 12, that people still would only vote about 7.5 votes on average. and that might give a little bit more diversity to council as well. So I think that's something to consider. I look to internationally, like Dublin. I'm of Irish extraction myself, and I look to Dublin, which has its first non-white mayor, by the way, Hazel Chu, and they have 63 councillors for a population of 500,000. So I think we're a little bit undergoverned when it comes to our democratic representation. Berlin, population 2.4 million, and they've got 160. So to have 10 or 11 with the mayor is maybe something to consider as well, and something that can be achieved under current legislation. Otherwise, I'm happy to take questions. Tony is as well, but out of Jeff and I'm the more systems geek, so if anyone has specific questions to how proportional representation would work, I'm happy to answer those. I'd also point out that
you're just out of time, but you do have questions. So if you want to just stay on the line, I'll advance the councillors. First, Councillor Hardwick, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Have you considered length of term alongside your analysis of proportional representation?
I have not, but I would say my personal view is that length of term is something that I think is appropriate for Vancouver to have control over within reasonable limits. Like obviously, you wouldn't want a 10-year term or something like that, but I think that's something that would be reasonable to ask the province to have greater flexibility of between 5 years, for example, as the city chooses.
So your argument is that the local government should have control over things like term and form of election and governance, and that shouldn't be standardized, in this case, across the province.
Well, there's obviously some value in standardization as well, but I don't think it's. I would agree with you that I think local control would be preferable. That's my personal opinion, not my organization's opinion. Just to be clear, but I do think that's.
Well, just, it went from 2 to 3 to 4 years, and the question, there's a lot of debate out there about how successful the 4-year interval is being versus 3 years. Do you think that there is a difference in examining local government against the provincial government, for example, or the federal government for that matter, in terms of proportional representation? As we know, the roles and responsibilities of each jurisdiction are different, and local government is very based on place. In our case, 115 square kilometers from Boundary Road to the University Endowment Lands. When you consider proportion within that, how can you not also take into consideration spatial breakdown? So, for example, we have 11 provincial ridings and 6 federal ridings within the boundaries of the city. How would you treat the geospatial aspects in light of your insights in proportional representation as differentiated from the senior levels of government?
Well, I think the geography is actually a little bit easier because you look at Nunavut federally, it's 2 million square kilometers. So it's easier, obviously, to govern 115 square kilometers and to meet constituents than it is to govern 2 million. But there's no objection to having some kind of multi-member wards or some kind of mixed member system where you have single-member wards and some at large in a compensatory fashion. So I think that's definitely very compatible with fair voting. I would point out that Vancouver actually did use proportional representation in one election. I think it was 1921, something like that, around there. And that was in 2-member wards. And I believe Vancouver was founded in having 2-member wards originally. So there's no objection from us for that. If it's single-member wards, then I think there's an issue. I think you have an issue with someone that comes in elected with 50% of the vote or less, saying they're the sole voice of an area. I'm for this development and I'm the only person that represents people in my area, or I'm against it and I'm the only person that represents people in my area. And the reality is there's a lot of other voices there.
On the other hand, we hear a lot from our residents that don't feel that they're being adequately represented at the neighborhood level.
Yeah, and that's a fair point. Like I said, I don't object to multi-member wards or part of a framework. I just don't like it alone. I would point out that there's also like borough councils is a tool that like places like London use as well. Borough councils don't function very well, to be honest, but it's something you could consider.
Okay, actually,
Interesting
you're
discussion. Thank you.
well over time, Councillor Hardwick, and I'm just going to encourage councillors to time your questions, knowing you have 3 minutes, giving the speaker time to answer within your 3 minutes. I think all of us would appreciate that. Councillor Fry, you're up next for up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, well, and thank you. Thanks for joining us, and just riffing off some of that conversation around wards. What about my understanding in reading the history of the elimination of wards in the city of Vancouver in order to go at large was based in no small part on the concern of sort of the nascent NDP gerrymandering wards of the day, and obviously that's been a framing that we see often applied to that sort of Tammany Hall style politics in the United States. And when we talk about United States systems, it's essentially a two-party system where either you're a Republican or you're a Democrat, and there's not much role for independents. What is has your research uncovered kind of like a downside of that nature?
For wards, there's definitely multiple downsides. I think the parochial nature of wards can be an issue too. That I mentioned, being not representing everyone. It's impossible for one person to be both for and against something at the same time. There's also concerns around pork. So, I say I live in Marple, and I want the Marple Community Center, and that's what my councillor says. I'm not voting for the budget unless it includes the Marple Community Center in this year's capital plan. Or, Collingwood has the same kind of demands, and that kind of issue. You could have safe seats versus swing seats. And also, wards don't do a very good job of electing women. So that's another concern.
Well, and so that leads me to one of my other kind of notions that I noticed, and I'm wondering, what is the better system? I think that's where the conversation needs to happen. Certainly, as I look at, and maybe you can verify this for me, looking at election results across Canada, we still have that sort of hashtag council so white problem. I look at Toronto, where they have 25 wards and only 4 people of color, and that seems to be a pattern throughout Canada. And obviously, you raised the United States. What is a flexible system that works in the Canadian context that you feel could achieve that?
I think there's a lot. I think it could. I think there's a lot of systems. You could use an open list or closed list proportional system. That's very good for equity. Single transferable vote seems to be good for equity when you have at least 4 members per ward. Below that, parties tend to nominate only one candidate, and one candidate tends to be a white male, which is a problem. But I mentioned Dublin has a non-white mayor right now, Hazel Chu. We've never had that in Vancouver. To be fair, London gets a new mayor every year, so they have a lot more mayors. But that's still an achievement for a city that's 90% white to have someone rise to the top there.
I'm out of time, but you leave me with the notion that I can look into the city of my birth, Dublin, Ireland, and find out more. Thank you.
Yeah, and of my
thank you for your timeliness, Councillor Fry. Councillor Kirby Young, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for speaking. A couple of quick questions. I was interested in your comment. It's not my main question, but when you said that wards don't do a good job of electing women, we have 80% women of the 10 councillors, and I think that that's pretty historic based on what I understand across Canada. It's about a third. Is that significant in your mind?
I think it's significant, and if you look province-wide, and we use block voting almost wall-to-wall, it's 35% women. So obviously the goal would be 50%, but 35% women is better than Ontario. Ontario uses at large for half the province.
Right. I don't mean to be brief, but I want to get to the meat of my other question. But Vancouver's pretty much knocking it out of the park at 80% women, right? At least in terms of gender.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Exactly.
And then picking up on Councillor Fry's questions around sort of wards and diversity, in your research, and my understanding, I'd love to hear your thoughts, is that wards don't actually result in, aspirational, haven't actually statistically resulted in higher cultural diversity in general. Is that fair? Is that what you've identified as well?
It's conditional. So it's whether you can draw a ward that is majority minority of that specific group. So that would be very difficult for the South Asian community that is 6% of the population had 10 wards, it would be hard to make one that's majority minority. So it depends on how geographically concentrated they are. In California, wards have helped Black representation. They have not helped Hispanic or Asian representation to the same degree because those communities are not as geographically concentrated.
Okay, so on that note, because that's a great point in sort of centering it back to Vancouver, or their largest demography, in terms of Asian demography being our largest representation and Chinese being at the top of that. They don't live stereotypically in one area, right? People are people and they live in different neighborhoods for different reasons. They're dispersed across the city. So we don't have, do you have comments on that? Like we don't have a Chinese neighborhood per se.
I agree completely, Lynn. I don't think wards would do a lot. I mean, it's so blatant right now. Maybe there would be a little bit more diversity, but I don't think there would be much more ethnic diversity, and I think it would cost us a lot of gender, a lot of progress we made on the gender front.
So we might be aspiring to something else that hasn't panned out, but we might lose at the same time. That's interesting. That's helpful. Thank you. I really appreciate the thoughts.
Great, thanks, Councillor Kirby Young, and Councillor Weeb, over to you for 3 minutes.
Thank you. I like the comment about being a systems thinker. What is the systems that we could look at in Vancouver that you think would waste the least amount of votes? And so if you are a voter going to the voter booth, what are the ones that you think make your vote count the most that could work here in the city of Vancouver?
Well, single transferable vote, like mathematically wastes the minimum number of votes. That's what it's designed to do. It has its own drawbacks that it's complex and hard to describe to people. So, no system is perfect. But if your goal was to not waste votes, it would be single transferable vote would be the top of the list, but a list proportional would do a pretty good job as well. It just depends on what your goals are. What the best systems are, what the considerations are, I could talk for hours on that, and it won't fit in 3 minutes. But yeah.
Okay, and then second, I guess there's been conversations of wards, but I've heard that obviously people are looking to move past first past the post, and sometimes a ward system, if you're doing 1 or 2, is basically just squeezing a first past the post to actually have less opportunity for someone to move forward. So are you able to talk to that comment?
Yeah, I think that's a fair concern. I would agree with you. I think incumbency is also an issue where you have excessive incumbency. Toronto got reconfigured last election, but the election prior to that, I think it was 43 out of 44 councillors were reelected, or at least the ones that ran for reelection were reelected. Only one failed to be reelected, and that's not healthy for democracy. You need some turnover. There can be excessive turnover too. There was a huge amount of turnover in the last election. And you need some kind of in between.
Okay, really appreciate it. Thank you. That's all the question.
Thanks.
Great. And I think those are all your questions. And thank you very much for taking the time to not only speak to us, but to answer all the questions. That was fantastic.
Okay, thank you.
And great, thank you. And I believe that, Madam Clerk, is it speaker number 6, Amita Kuttner, who's next available?
That's correct.
Great. So, Amita Kuttner, if you are on the line, please, you can start speaking now to Council, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your time this evening. I am Dr. Amita Kuttner. I do reside in Vancouver, and I'm an astrophysicist and work in tech policy with Moonlight Institute, specifically around emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, as well as the ethical implementation of technology. I also do advocacy work around science in policy and government and social justice. I am speaking for myself today. I am here to express my support for the entire motion and speak to the importance and timeliness of Section F. I have also spent time working on representation and particularly on diversity in representation. And I support doing as much as possible at every level to increase participation, proportionality, transparency, fairness, and ethical elections, which I believe this motion will do. I would also like to quickly address the conversation with the previous speaker to add that gender diversity cannot end as a binary of only women and men. So about Section F, in my work on tech and artificial intelligence policy, I have been shocked at the lack of response to the changing technological landscape and the way that it impacts our democracies. The impacts we have seen already, as well as other possible impacts due to technological advances, which are outlined in the motion, are gravely concerning. I think at this point we are all well aware of the dangers of rapidly propagating misinformation and uncomfortable with unregulated data collection and its use for persuasion. Other than ethical concerns and probable damage to our democracies, this is also a privacy issue and a representation issue. Those with resources to use these methods will further entrench their power and ability to disrupt government. I very strongly support this section and would like to stress the urgency of this work. We really cannot wait any longer. We are behind, and advancements will have to be monitored as more threats emerge. My only concern is that this motion does not go far enough to address election interference and the outsized impact of technological tools, big data, and artificial intelligence, especially when used by external parties. Regulating digital campaigning is an essential first step, but it leaves out needed protections against bad actors that are difficult to track. I am aware not all work needed to protect our elections can be done at the municipal level alone. I would urge this council to do further work on this subject, bearing in mind that there are others to collaborate with and that any reasonable steps taken will have a profound and positive impact on securing our democracy in this city and beyond. I'm excited and hopeful that Vancouver can lead the way in implementing democratic protections for a technologically challenging era. Thank you.
Thank you. And you do have questions. If you would stay on the line to answer those questions, that would be great.
Of course.
Great. Councillor Fry, you are first, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Dr. Kuttner, for joining us. I'm wondering if you have any insights into groups that are advancing work and specifically electoral organizations that are advancing work to sort of support changes to the landscape around digital campaigning.
Not very much. I'm not aware of very much going on. And I think the most that we're seeing is kind of responses at an institutional level to problems like Cambridge Analytica and kind of government concern around such elections interference. In terms of actually developing the tools and the policies around kind of stopping this type of interference, I don't know too much is being done.
So in your professional opinion, then, would you suggest that perhaps this is a result of the fact that machine learning and artificial intelligence are moving at such a rapid pace that we are just unable to even keep up with it? We being society. Yes, in general to that. I think that it is a lot moving faster than we can keep up with, but I think also there is kind of just a lack of policy space around ethical use of technology, and so the implementation of many technologies have overtaken our ability to respond at a governmental level. And it's not just AI and machine learning, but as we see from kind of big data collection and use of that, it was baked in and we didn't respond, and we can't respond as quickly as necessary. Yeah, it's certainly a fascinating and chilling space, and I appreciate you coming to speak to it. It's blown my mind the more I've dug into it, so I really appreciate your insights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. And thank you. And Councillor Fry and Councillor Weeb, you are up next. Up to 3.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, what do you see as the digital gaps that could affect the next election here in Vancouver? Like a little bit more specific to what you would see happen here for someone that doesn't really understand this world as much as others.
Okay, yes. So I think in the motion, I was really happy to see the idea of actually regulating the digital space and the way people campaign. But to a certain extent, every single election anywhere now has the ability of people to post things and to spread commentary that is afactual, it's misinformation, or it's blown up out of proportion. And the way that that is spread is not particularly by people who are actually campaigning, but outside actors. And so we see bots doing it, and we see paid people in basements doing it. I'm not joking with that. And so that sort of stuff, that's really hard to stop. So even if you are, say, regulating the way that campaigns can function and that digital advertising can happen, say, or even kind of anybody talking about elections at all, you're going to be behind the curve of stopping a lot of that other stuff unless you have some preparation and task force in place to deal with it.
Okay, thank you. That was helpful.
Great. And that is it for your questions, Dr. Kuttner. So thank you very much for coming to speak to us tonight. Very much appreciate it. Council Speaker 7 is not on the line, and Speaker 8 is. So we'll turn to Speaker 8, Nathan Davidovich. If you're on the line, you can hear me. You can begin addressing council now.
Okay. Do you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. So you have up to 5
Oh,
minutes.
okay. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I've been a supporter of the ward system of election since the 1970s, when we went around and got petitions and so forth. This system of wards is used all over Canada in all the big cities, and it's working in most cities, as far as I understand, from reading the book by the mayor that the mayor wrote. And I presume the mayor is not here, so he can't speak about the issue. But so we have to do something about getting this system in Vancouver and potentially in BC. And I think the provincial government should make it consistent and standardize election rules in all the big cities at least. I mean, the UBCM, I think it's about 70% or 80 small cities, and the other 20% are bigger cities. It really should be divided into two different organizations, because the smaller cities seems to control the issue and prevent the big cities from having proper elections and consistency. I mean, Election BC is in an independent office, and they just monitor the election. They could potentially run all the civic elections and municipal and school board in BC in the same way that they run the provincial election. And maybe that's one way to make it completely independent and standardized. I think that's the main issue, is getting the provincial government. And if the government doesn't want to do it and give you the power to do whatever you want, whatever the term of election is, and so forth, well, then that's fine. But I think we should try to get the province to do as much as they can. Plus, they'll spend the money instead of the city doing all these work on all these different research projects and so forth. So, thank you.
Great, and thank you for speaking. And just to an earlier point that you made, actually, the mayor is here and present for this meeting, but this is a standing committee of policy and strategic priorities, which I chair. So that's why I'm in the chair, not the mayor. And I see you do have questions from Councillor. So if you would like to stay on the line to answer that, that would be great.
I'm not on the queue for questions,
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair.
Oh, you're not? Okay,
No,
sorry.
I'm on for, I
Okay,
haven't for
fine. We're on
discussion.
a question queue, so I'll move you when the time is right. Okay, actually, there are no questions for you, but thank you, Mr. Davidovich, so much for coming and always being here to express your opinion to us on issues of importance. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Goodbye. Okay, so we are now back to a main queue but I'm just going to, before we head there, I'm just going to ask the clerk, there's only one other speaker who has not withdrawn, but is not here. I want to check that Speaker 7, Nicholas Popple, is not on the line.
Chair Carr, that is correct.
Okay. So given that, then I'm going to close the speakers list, and that's the end. And thank everyone for speaking to council. And now, councillors, we are moving to either questions to staff or debate and discussion. Councillor Kirby Young, you are first on the list, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And I apologize if my voice is a bit hoarse in advance. I do have two amendments to propose. I'd like to do separately. I've emailed those in. And maybe I'll let the clerk bring up the first one. And these are fairly simple additions that are bolded for council's ease of reference if you refer to the bolded language. And I'm not sure, I'm having some computer issues, Madam Chair, so maybe you can tell me if I don't see anything on the screen. I don't see the council chamber. Do you guys see the amendment?
Oh, the amendment is not up. We see the council chamber, but we don't have that amendment up yet, Councillor Kirby Young.
Okay.
So if you would like us to wait, Madam Chair, are you in the process of getting that amendment by this is Amendment 1. I'm assuming that
Correct.
she has emailed, right?
Amendment 1 first.
Yes, go ahead.
Chair Carr, we don't have the amendments yet.
I see. She has Councillor Kirby Young. You've sent it to Council DL. Could you send it to amendments?
Yes, it has been sent there. I've resent it.
Oh, it does say electro. Well, okay, maybe.
We have it now. Thank you.
Okay, great. So it'll be up in a moment. Did you want to wait till it was
Maybe I
up
can.
before discussing it?
I know my clock's been ticking.
Actually, I will stop your timer, Councillor Kirby Young, and restart it. Go ahead.
No problem. And I think I can be brief anyway. And they're fairly simple. And I'll just speak to them for everybody can see the verbal language. And it just is amending A, clause A at this point, to add in language of either proportional representation or retention of the current system, which is one change. Just a reaffirmation of Vancouver voters language, further to Councillor Fry's comment in the first paragraph about this being about Vancouverites, which I think he had identified in paragraph 1. And then there's one additional clause to A, that any recommendations or decisions by council on electoral reform and or electoral representation come after a plebiscite included in a regularly scheduled civic general election, and results of any such plebiscite would be considered future staff recommendations and decisions. And the rationale being there that really this should be about what the people of Vancouver want, and we should have a quantifiable way of determining what the will of the electorate is. So that's sort of the rationale behind the amendment.
Okay, so I'm going to just move us to an amendment Q, and anybody willing to speak to that, you can get yourself on that queue. Councillor Boyle, you're up first. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair Carr. Well, I can appreciate the intention of this. I won't be supporting it. I don't think it's necessary. A deliberative process considering a change, I think, would necessarily be considering that change against the current system. And so that would be the discussion. And so I don't think that first change is needed. And similarly, adding Vancouver voters seems sort of unnecessarily specific, I think, when I think there would be a valid reason to include, for instance, a 17-year-old who isn't a current Vancouver voter, but would be a Vancouver voter and certainly has a lot at stake in Vancouver elections. And then the last part also seems to me unnecessary, given that existing current councils can't, what's the word, can't direct the decisions of future councils anyway. I don't think it's needed that we say that the outcome of a plebiscite would inform future staff recommendations. So again, appreciate there are a lot of details to consider in this, but I don't think that these changes are necessary.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. And sorry, I'm just okay. Councillor Dominato, you're next on the list.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And just briefly, in the interest of time, I'll speak to the Second Amendment, which I think the intent was in reference to Vancouver voters was Vancouver citizens, and in terms of participating in the Citizens Assembly, so that we avoid a situation where, you know, a resident from Prince George is participating in our citizens assembly and determining our electoral system and participating in that review and recommendations. To the last amendment or proposal, I think this is critically important that we're clear to the public that any recommendations would be undertaken through a plebiscite, and because just to be conscious of this is that we're debating a member motion today and this evening, but I would venture that much of the public is not even aware that this member motion has a notice was called on it that's been tabled. And so I think that this piece really clarifies that anything that flows from a citizens assembly would go to a general a vote by those who are registered at that time as electors in the city of Vancouver. And I do think that's a really important clarification. So I'm supportive of the amendment.
Great, thank you. And on to Councillor Genova. Go ahead, up to 3.
Thanks very much. I too am supportive of the amendment, and in fact, I think that the current system should be considered among and as has been well described, others as well. But I also think that this isn't something that we should go into deciding before we have received input. And I am troubled that right now our system of input is if you have a Vancouver postal code, not if you personally live in a Vancouver postal code, but if you have access to one from anywhere in the world, you can punch it into a survey and you can input into that survey whatever you choose. And I think that if this is a system to serve Vancouver voters, that's what it should be. You know, if Councillor Boyle would like to move forward with an amendment that talks about having some type of engagement for, you know, non-voters who live in Vancouver who are under the voting age, I'm happy to support that. I think that this is a system that will affect Vancouver voters, and it should be Vancouver voters who decide that, just like they very much decide who represents them. So for that reason, I do appreciate this amendment, and I will be supporting it.
Great. I'm just, Councillor Kirby Young, I'm wondering if you could just clarify something for me. I've had a question come forward from the clerk in terms of the formatting of this. Is everything above like in an amendment 1, so above your amendment 2 subtitle, intended to be in the current A? Changes to
Yes.
added to the current A.
That's correct.
Okay. That's good. We just needed clarification on that. Thank you. And I'm going to advance now. Councillor Hardwick for up to 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm in agreement with part of this. Yes, it's our job as through our electoral system to be represented by people within our boundaries. That's self-evident. We're not representing West Vancouver or Burnaby or New Westminster. It's Vancouver. But I am concerned about the binary nature of how this is set forth in either proportional representation or retention of a current system, the at-large system. I have a problem with that. I think it needs to be broadened. We've talked also about the ward system and a spectrum of other solutions. And so I disagree with the limitation, sort of either or proposition there. But I do agree this should be limited to Vancouver voters and that this ultimately would have to go to plebiscite.
Okay, thank you very much.
And to that end, I did send an amendment to that first part, an amendment to the amendment into the clerk.
Okay, so if you've got the floor right now, and I'm going to stop your timer. I'm just going to check to see if that amendment has been received by the clerk. Madam Clerk?
Chair Carr, yes, we do have it. Thank you.
Okay, so I believe you're doing an amendment to the amendment right
as
now.
I say,
so just before you start, if that's the case, we'll get it up so everybody can see it. I'm going to move us to Amendment Q2. So your further speaking to it will come under Amendment Q2. So I'm going to just put you on that 1 second.
Thank you.
And if you want to wait till it's up so you can speak to it, that's fine. Or you can speak. It looks like it's in progress. There it is.
Yeah,
Okay.
I hate the amendment to amendments process, but I really feel that I don't want to be boxed into an either or proposition, as we saw even in our discussion and questions of the speakers, informed speakers today. There is a, there's a spectrum of political and governance systems here that we need to look at, and so to make it an either or to me is just wrong-headed. So that's why I've suggested this small. I just identified that our current system is in fact an at-large system, and just added wards and removed the word either.
Yes, I see that those are the changes. Thanks for explaining those clearly. Councillor Swanson, to this amendment to the amendment. Go ahead, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, I support the amendment to the amendment. As long as we're going to be doing massive amounts of consultation, we might as well not limit what we're consulting about. And all the other cities in this country have wards, and a lot of people actually in Vancouver think that we have wards. And there's been a recent poll that said that people wanted wards, so I think it would really be a mistake to leave wards out.
Okay, Councillor Swanson, that's great. Councillors, I don't see anyone else speaking to this amendment to the amendment, and the language is there in red. I'm going to move, Madam Clerk, if you could move us to a vote on this, that would be great. Councillor Wiebe? Okay, this vote passes with 4 in opposition. Those in opposition, Councillors Fry, Wiebe, Dominato, and Kirby Young.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
It's Councillor Genova. I was in opposition as well. I had marked it on my panel.
That's not what...
That's what my panel showed.
Madam Clerk, I wonder if you maybe have more knowledge of what the panel itself showed? Madam Clerk, I can only see the result on this.
If not, I can ask for a vote of reconsideration, but I did notify you as soon as you had announced the result.
Chair Carr, that is what we're seeing. What that's displayed on the projectors. So it might be the council pressing it twice. I'm not sure. So if council wants to reconsider, we can do that.
I would like to reconsider, as that was not my intentional vote.
Okay, and Madam Clerk, a vote to reconsider requires...
I also spoke to the reasons why.
Yeah, so you're moving to reconsider?
Yeah, and I don't think I need to speak again is what I'm saying. Thanks.
Okay, and yes, but we're to vote on this, and Madam Clerk, just to remind me of the percentage vote needed for this. Is it 100%? Yeah, it's unanimous that we need. So, councillors, I'm going to go with a yay and a nay. This is a motion to reconsider from Councillor Genova. So all those in favor say yay.
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 Those opposed say nay. Okay, this vote is being reconsidered. And I think we can probably just, Councillor, I don't think we just need to have more discussion. I think we can just reconsider this vote and move into the vote again. Great, thank you. Okay, Council, that vote still passes, so it's 5 in opposition. Councillors Genova, Fry, Wiebe, Dominato, and Kirby Young. And that moves us to, yeah, great. So now we are, Madam Clerk, if we can go back to, that's an amendment to the amendments. If we can go back to the main queue and have the amendment that we were looking at prior to this amendment to the amendment, that would be great. So we can have councillors continue to speak. Meanwhile, Councillor Hardwick, you are on the floor for the amendment queue at the time at which you put forward an amendment to the amendment. Would you like to continue speaking to the amendment?
Well, thank you. I'm glad that passed. And as I mentioned before, the other amendments that Councillor Kirby Young put forward, I thought were right on. So I continue to support those.
Great. Okay. And Councillor Dominato, to the amendment. And the amendment is in section A.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I was going to send in, maybe I was going to send an amendment, but I think I'll just leave it for now. That's
okay. Councillor Kirby Young, Councillor Dominato, that's fine. Then there's no councillors on this the speaker's queue at this point. And so we are looking at the amendments in A as a whole. And Madam Council, you're all fine with moving to a vote on this? No further questions? Then, Madam Clerk, if you could move us to a vote.
Move to sever.
Yes, you can move to sever, not a problem. Would you like each paragraph severed?
Sorry, I was just looking at the. No, that's fine.
Okay.
I'd like to move to sever.
Okay. Councillor Kirby Young, that'd be
like
fine. Are you looking at the there's 3 paragraphs that have changes each paragraph?
I'd like to sever the first paragraph, and I'm fine with doing the other 3 as a block for me.
Okay.
Just that might be more efficient.
Okay, that's so just sever the first paragraph and then the last 3 together. Madam Clerk, is that feasible for you to do?
Chair Carr, yes, that will be fine.
Great. Okay. So we are going to vote first on A, and just the first paragraph. Okay, and that paragraph language change has failed with Councillors Carr, Fry, Wee, Boyle, Blah, and Kirby Young in opposition.
Madam Chair, I'm just going to start asking for vote assist because I did vote in opposition. And I'm not sure what's going on with my panel. I'm sitting right in front of my computer. My panel is up. So if I have to ask for reconsideration, I will do so, but...
I believe that you can ask for a reconsideration.
Okay. And then I'm going to ask you for a vote assist for the rest of this.
I think that sounds like a good decision, Councillor DeGenova. So first of all, Council, on the matter of reconsideration, I'm just going to ask for a yay or nay. Those in favor of reconsideration, say yay.
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 Those in opposition, say nay. We have got unanimity, so we are going to reconsider that vote. And Councillor DeGenova, You can.
Can I? I'm on the queue, Madam Chair.
I do not. Sorry.
It's Councillor Dominato.
I know, but we're in the middle of a vote, and I cannot go to the queue.
Okay, it's a point of information. I'm not clear what we're voting on, and I'm actually I've just gotten a little confused and muddled with, are we voting on the amendment that Councillor Hardwick had brought forward, or are we voting simply on paragraph A or section A, sorry?
So this is in fact a very good reason through a point of personal privilege to interrupt the voting process. And so I will clarify, everyone, we just reconsidered the vote on A. So that's the first part of this motion, the first paragraph only. And if you look to the screen in Council Chambers, it's highlighted in that kind of turquoise blue.
Okay, so the entire.
Just the entire, that's right, we're voting on the changes in the entire blue. So it's highlighted in red within the blue.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's good. Okay, so, and that was Councillor Hardwick's amendment. Is that clear for everyone? I'm not hearing any other change. So councillors, proceed to the vote. And Councillor de Genova, you can state your request for a vote assist, please.
Oh, yes. If I could, a point of privilege, if I could have a vote assist in opposition.
Yes.
To the red text in paragraph 1. Thank you.
That's correct. Yes.
Point of privilege, we are voting on the blue now, correct?
We're voting on the blue. That's right.
Thank you.
Specifically the blue, and the changes are highlighted in red within the blue.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Dominato, you have not yet voted? Great. Okay, so that does fail with 4 in support and 7 in opposition. Those in opposition, Councillors Carr, de Genova, Fry, Wiebe, Dominato, Bly, and Kirby Young. That's great. And we are now back to the voting process. So we are going to vote on the rest of A. Sorry, I don't see, it's not on the screen yet, so I'll wait till it's on the screen so I can highlight it for you. Or wait till it's highlighted and then. So this is the amendment by Councillor Kirby Young, highlighted in yellow now. Everybody clear on what we're voting on? I'm not hearing any objections. Okay, we're going to move to a vote. It's now highlighted in that beautiful turquoise blue. So if we can just all read that and proceed to a vote. And Councillor de Genova, if you would like a vote assist.
Yes, I would like a vote assist in favor.
Great.
I'm just not going to tempt fate, so I'm just going to go through this.
Great. We have the vote completed on that. That does pass, with those in opposition being Mayor Stewart, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Wiebe, and Councillor Boyle. Okay. And that, we are back to a, speaking queue, and that is now, we're now back to the main queue. Councillor Kirby Young, do you have anything else to add? Okay, go ahead. You have actually 4 minutes left.
Thank you. I have a second amendment, being efficient with my time. I have a second amendment, which is now on screen, I see.
Okay, if you want to hold and be even more efficient, I'll move us to an amendment queue with your second amendment.
No
And
problem.
just a second, I'll add you to that. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thank you. This amendment is really stemming from the sort of the commitment and the votes that council has taken to demonstrate its collective commitment to greater transparency during elections. And so we've passed various motions with respect to the Campaign Financing Act and disclosures and things of that, which I'm proud of that work that council has done there. And I think that as the landscape in Vancouver politics has been changing, there have been some unintended consequences that have come up, and it's always important to evolve and ensure that we're mitigating any unintended consequences. And so the spirit of this one, without reading all the language, is really to ensure that anybody that chooses to run or sort of effectively position themselves as a slate, similar to a party and engaging in, sort of shared advertising activities or so on, should be subject to the same requirements of the local election campaign finance act as others. Obviously, independents are independents, but if people are engaging together and sort of endorsing slates or running in organized advertising activities akin to how a party might do so, the spirit of this is that it should be equitable and people should be held to the same requirements in the act. So that's really the spirit behind it, which I think is very consistent with the other actions that council has taken this year.
Yes, thank you. I've just been in communication with the city clerk on this in terms of this being a standalone. And if so, if this is a standalone addition, that further it should be
Sorry, perhaps,
removed.
yes, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay. I think that's fine. Madam Clerk, is it possible for us just to remove the word further?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Great.
Thank you.
Okay.
And that's it?
Yep. Thank you very much. And to this amendment, Councillor Fry, up to 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, only to note that I had contemplated including this in the original motion. It was actually highlighted in the 2019 Independent Election Task Force as a recommendation. The only reason I didn't include it in this was because, for all intents and purposes, most of the work in here, with the exception of the digital campaign stuff, was focusing on stuff that we could do within the city of Vancouver. That being said, I do want to acknowledge that this was a recommendation of the Independent Election Task Force, and it hasn't yet been submitted to the UBCM as we did last year with a suite of election reform. So I support this.
Great. So I'm not seeing any of the councillors on the queue. So council, I believe that we can move to a vote, Madam Clerk, if you can do that. And this is
Point
again
of privilege.
Yes.
Vote assist in favor.
That's great. Thank you. Okay, that is a unanimous decision, Council. Great. And we are back to the main queue. Councillor Kirby Young, do you have any more to say on this?
No, I do not this time. Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome. Councillor Boyle, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Carr. And I also circulated an amendment, which is an addition, which is that Council direct the Mayor to write to BC's new Minister of Municipal Affairs and the Attorney General to request that the province of BC create local choice legislation that grants municipalities the power to consider, choose, and adopt more inclusive voting systems as a means of improving representation and racial diversity on council in future elections. We heard from a number of speakers the sort of chicken and egg challenge that we can deliberate on the best process locally, and also for most changes that we would want to make, we'd need the province to create some kind of permissive legislation that allowed us to make that change. In all the conversations that I've had locally and beyond on municipal electoral reform, the model of the Ontario local choice legislation is the example that keeps coming forward, because of course the changes that would allow Vancouver to have more representative and inclusive elections might look different from what those changes would what changes would be preferred and required in Surrey or in Prince Rupert or elsewhere. Our systems are different and our geographic demographics are different and all of those things. So I think that it fits well with the motion to include an advocacy ask. I note, of course, that many past councils in Vancouver have asked for changes at the province. Those were going to a different provincial government. And so I think if this is something that we want to consider, it's worth this council reiterating that ask to a new provincial government and recognizing that this is a conversation happening in other municipalities as well. And so the local choice example out of Ontario would allow for us to deliberate and figure out a solution that fits the particular and unique circumstances that Vancouver faces without presupposing what those needs would be in other municipalities. So I hope Council will support this as another piece of this important conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry, over to you for up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, appreciative of this amendment and the wider provincial scope. And I'm wondering, Chair, if I could ask through you of the mover of the amendment, if they might be agreeable to, I haven't written such an amendment, but some kind of amendment to this to further this to the UBCM by way of the LMLGA. I think it's an important provincial ask for all local governments.
So it's through me, yes, to Councillor Boyle. And Councillor Boyle, if you wish to answer that,
sure.
please do.
I would be happy to answer that. That yes, that makes sense to me. And I know Councillor Fry has perhaps his head wrapped around those steps and dates more than I do at this point. So open to suggestions on whether it makes sense to try to do that right now or to add language that we submitted or to bring that back for next council. But yes, agree that that would be a good ask to add to this.
And appreciating that and not wanting to eat up time on the floor on a busy schedule tonight. We do have a little bit of time to submit this to LMLGA yet, a couple more council meetings. So I think we can put that together for the next meeting or the next meeting.
Great. Okay. Thanks so much, Councillor. Is that it for comments, Councillor Fry?
That's it for me. Thanks.
Great. And Councillor Genova, up to 5 minutes on this.
I was ready to comment on Councillor Boyle's amendment. I appreciate Councillor Fry's suggestion because I think that, you know, when I look at the amendment that was the other amendments that have been put forward in Councillor Fry's motion, it looks for some advocacy to the province that has under their local elections the power to change this legislation. That being said, to put it in our own hands, only Vancouver City Council's hands, no other council's hands, it seems to me that that might not be as much at arm's reach and as transparent. So for that reason, I wouldn't be supportive of it for that very reason. That I think that it, you know, there's a reason that we don't set our own legislation for elections and the local and the elections BC under local elections does that now. And I mean, it's been described as the Wild West before even that, but I'd be concerned that we'd be going back into that space with this. So unless it advocated for change to them, that they decide and we don't decide, and that it was province wide, even if it was on an individual basis, then I won't be able to support it for those reasons. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. And we are then, looks like, without any of these other speakers on the list, able to move to a vote on this. Madam Clerk? Councillor DeGenova?
Oh,
you like
yes.
an
Well,
assist?
I already spoke to it. So, yes, in opposition, please.
In opposition, thank you. Okay, so we have the voting results on that. This vote passes. Those in opposition, Councillors Genova, Hardwick, Dominato, and Kirby Young. Great. We are now back to a main queue with no one on it. So, Councillor Fry, go ahead. You have quite a lot of time, 3 minutes and 15 seconds. You might be muted, Councillor Fry.
Of course, I'm muted. Thank you, Chair. It's an amendment to the final article, the final enactment clause, and it's really just adding numbers to those last 2 enactment clauses because the clerk had pointed out it was a little confusing in the context of what was going to UBCM and what was being requested of the mayor. And I'm hoping I don't
And
have
that's been sent in?
It hasn't been sent in. It's really just a numbering change, and because we've added new items, I don't want to mess the flow. I'm hoping the clerk can follow that. I'd be happy to send it in if it's more helpful, though.
Madam Clerk, if you were requesting numbering changes, I mean, I'm not sure if you understand what was being requested of you. So if you do understand it,
Yes,
let me know.
Chair Carr, I understand what the intent is. The last 2 paragraphs of the resolution, they were included into F, but the way I'm reading it, my interpretation, it should be standalone clauses.
Okay. And is that your interpretation, Councillor Fry?
That is, yes.
Okay.
Thanks to the excellent communication by our clerk.
Or maybe you're just reading each other's minds. Given I'm just going to wait, it might take a moment to get that numbering done. Once it's done, Councillor Fry, are you finished with your comments? Are we at the point of moving to a vote then?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Council, we'll just wait till we have the first pieces to vote on. I'm not hearing anybody requesting severing, so it's a long motion with many clauses, but
Can we see the final motion, or do we have
before
a
you
copy,
decide that,
Madam Chair? Yeah,
that would be good. Meanwhile, giving time for the clerk to do her work, Councillor Swanson, to the motion.
Yeah, I request severing, please.
Okay, so we'll wait till we see the motion so you're able to clearly articulate which sections. Unless you know.
It'd be nice to see it.
Yes, I understand that.
Chair Carr, are you seeing the
I am seeing G and H, absolutely. And that's clarifying, I think, the request that was made by Councillor Fry. However, we do have a request from council that they see the motion in order to, because there is interest in severing. So I think they'd have to see the whole motion in order to understand which pieces need severing for the vote. I leave it to you to figure out how to present that in a way that's legible.
Chair Carr, just to clarify, we're not severing these 2 clauses, correct?
There's the fact that the request was to give them different numbering, which you've done, but at this point we're looking to move to a vote, and there's been a request from council that they can see the whole motion before they know which sections of the motion they'd like severed for separate vote. Meanwhile, however, I do think I should take the speaker on the list and leave it to you to figure out how you can show that to us in a way that is going to be visible for councillors to be able to decide on what they would like severed. Councillor Swanson, did you have anything more to add to that?
Um,
You came up on the list again.
yeah, I just wanted to speak about B.
Okay.
I had some.
Yeah, that's fine. You can. We haven't moved to a vote yet, so I'm fine about continuing with the debate. We are in a discussion about whether or not there would be severing of the vote, but we are not in a vote. So go ahead, Councillor Swanson, to the whole of the motion or section B alone, if you like.
So this is basically my reason for not liking B. I've gone back and forth with Councillor Fry on it. As a member of COPE, I don't worry about myself because we don't take donations from developers. But the thing about B is it's so vague. Like I said to Councillor Fry, does this mean that when someone comes to speak at City Hall, they have to say, oh, I gave X amount to this councillor and X amount to that councillor, and the year before that I gave X amount? And he said, oh no, it just means if somebody I know who gave me $1,200 and I would just say that. But the thing is, this motion doesn't say that. It's really vague as to what is in fact a conflict and what should be declared. And I don't think we should be making motions that are really vague. What we need is clarity. If we had a publicly available list of everybody and how much they gave to whom, I think that's what we need. And that's what we could call for. But this is just more, it's just going to create more uncertainty and it could clog up our speakers' time. And I just don't think it's a good motion, B.
Okay, Councillor Swanson. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'm just trying to find the language in there that's offensive because I'm not finding public declaration. I'm finding requiring elected officials to just publicly declare. Sorry, if you could highlight where that language is about the public.
Well, I'm not making an amendment or anything. So it says requiring elected officials to publicly declare any potential conflict and require all submissions before city council. So is a submission a speaker who comes and speaks? It's not clear, right? What is a submission?
Right. Okay. 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 Understood. Thank you for that clarity. You're not proposing at this point you're just stating your concern of this language, right? There's no amendment here.
I'm stating why I'm going to vote against it.
Got it. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Anything else that you'd like to state?
Yeah, and since C relates to that, I'm not really too keen on C either. Same with D, although I like E and F. They're good.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Swanson. And on to you, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm hoping I can ask through you a point of information to the mover of the motion and then one subsequently to the city manager.
Yes, go ahead.
So the question to the mover of the motion is with respect to clauses B and C, is it the intention to get a report back to council on how this might work in terms of declarations in the context of existing conflict of interest laws, and if the mover could comment on that?
Yeah, essentially, it's directing staff to advise us. We're not. Staff would have to give us the language to amend the code of conduct. So this isn't actually an amendment to the code of conduct per se. This is requesting staff advise. I take Councillor Swanson's point and concerns mentioned earlier, although I don't consider speakers to be submissions, specifically to the further that and B, that submissions and perhaps it's a semantic thing, but for the purposes of communicating to staff who are listening to this, submission being an actual application before council that is gone through the whole process and that we are in the process of voting on, not, we don't vote on speaker submissions. So I apologize if that was confusing in the language, but I don't consider submissions to be speakers, and that this is ultimately a request of staff to report back on how we might do this.
And I guess a follow-up to that would be, through you, Madam Chair, just clarification about what was intended in terms of organizations and entities.
Well, it would be basically the applicant for whatever the given submission would be.
Okay.
So I mean, obviously, that would in many cases be a developer, but that might also be procurement for what we did procurement on tires today, those kind of things as well.
Okay, and but it could also include, for example, if people are donors to councillors and they belong to members of the union.
Probably not members, but it's more specific to officers. So.
Okay. I think there's, it seems to me with this, they'll probably need some more fleshing out. I do have a question to the city manager, Madam Chair, and it is specifically that would staff in reporting back on this be including the legal considerations in the context again of conflict of interest law?
Through you, Chair Carr. So yes, I mean there's a lot of complexity here. I mean, obviously our legal department would be integral to formulating a response to council on this, and would take into account councillors' obligations, existing obligations under the charter.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
That's great. Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, Chair Carr. I will be broadly supporting this. I think that we badly need serious conversations about electoral reform for a whole number of reasons, and it's an issue I have worked on for many years on many levels of government long before getting elected. It's an issue that was part of the campaign platform that I ran on, and I'm happy to see it move forward. And also, I just want to name, as council has heard me name on many other motions and issues, that I continue to have concerns about the amount of work that we are throwing at staff. And so I'll just say publicly that I wrestle with this because this is an issue I ran on, this is an issue I care about, but of course, a lot of the issues that we collectively have directed towards staff weren't priorities that were the top priorities for me, and our staff are, I think, being weighed down with a lot of the collective agendas of all of us that sometimes line up and sometimes we support because even though they're not somebody's priority, you know, we're not against them. And I just see the weight of all of that being a real practical challenge in moving issues forward. So I'm wrestling with that on this issue because I think a citizens' assembly is an important way to move, or a deliberative process is important in terms of moving something forward. Just a referendum is not a good enough system without that deliberation and the trust of peers in that input. Like I said, I ran on a citizens' assembly, but I didn't run on a citywide plan, and we're doing that, and that is obviously taking a lot of resources, a lot of engagement and public attention. And so I'm not sure how many things practically we can do all at one time. And I have heard staff say, and a number of us say, and I'm going to say again, that we need to take seriously the workload that we're directing towards staff, and that continues to be a concern for me. So both of those are true for me right now, and I will just name that I feel torn on it. I'm glad to see this work move forward. I appreciate the conversation that Councillor Fry is moving forward on this, and you know, we can't do all of the things, and our staff are already working incredibly hard. So I am still thinking about it, and maybe as Councillor Swanson suggested, that there are parts of this that I vote against simply because I want us to actually move forward on some others, and this is a lot, but glad to see we're talking about electoral reform. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Genova.
Thanks. Well, I didn't need a reminder about the work that staff have. I know they have a lot. I think there were 24, or was it 26 recommendations that came back from a climate action motion that was moved. And I understand that we all have priorities. That being said, I do think that this motion that Councillor Fry has brought forward is important. Just like I think childcare is important. I'm bringing forward a motion on that. I also see that there are other things that are important to other councillors, and I respect that. It might not be ranked in the same way on my list as they are on others, just as the priorities that I put forward aren't. But hearing that, I just wanted to state that I actually think that we're all very aware of that, because we all have put forward things that we'd like to see come back and actually be implemented. Or else, why are we here? Why are we spending our time here? To represent people in our city. So I just wanted to name that, as so many minutes were just spent explaining that to me, in my opinion. So, Chair Carr, I need to ask a point of information. I'm not sure if this is for you or for staff. It is my understanding that developers cannot give donations. Individual people can give donations, but then again, a developer could be defined as someone who's building their own single family home. So I just need to understand sort of how are we even defining this? Because the way that Councillor Fry has written it out to be, as some have called it vague, I think will allow staff to come back with that information. So I just wanted to ask through you, is it fair to say that developers are giving money? Because as I understand it, under the local elections, or under the Elections BC local elections, local government, that's not allowed right now. But individuals who perhaps own a development company can give donations. Their spouses can. Officers of the union, their cousins can. Their first cousin twice removed can. So I just wanted to make sure developers can't donate as developers. They can only donate as individuals. Is that incorrect? Wouldn't want the public to think we're doing anything illegal here.
Yes, and you're asking that question to me through, I'm assuming, to city
As I
staff.
said, you can answer it yourself or city staff, I suppose.
I will turn to Mr. Acting City Manager, Mr. Mokri. Do you have a response to that?
Thanks, Chair Carr. I mean, we're certainly happy to. I wouldn't want to give council advice right now on kind of election finance and the current legal constraints in BC. Yeah, my understanding is companies, it is only individuals that are able to donate. We're happy to follow up with more detailed advice for council on that point, if that would be helpful.
I'm seeing heads nodding, so I think that would be helpful. Thank you, Mr. Mokri.
Thanks very much. Just wanted to have that on the record.
Great.
And overall, although I do question where some of this will go, some of this is advocacy, and some of the councillors who are concerned about the work and time being spent on this just directed staff to spend work and time looking at randomizing ballots. So I think that this is just as important as that, and I'll be supporting it. And I probably almost would have supported it as is, but I think that the changes that have been made by Councillor Kirby Young and Councillor Dominato added to that and were helpful. And I thank Councillor Fry for bringing forward this motion. But I just wanted to state that I think it's really important to note that when we're talking about developers donating, we can also talk about it the other way around. I'd really like staff to study it, because to Councillor Swanson's point, if someone didn't want you to vote for them, I guess that individual or didn't want you to vote or declare something, they could contribute to someone's campaign and through someone else, and that could also be seen as quote unquote a red herring. So I think that there's a lot of different scenarios that we haven't thought through here, and maybe our staff can help with that, and maybe also raise that as an issue with Elections BC. So I just wanted to state that on the overall main motion because I'm happy to make all of my comments at the same time. Thank you.
Chair Carr?
Okay, thank you. Yes. Yes,
Sorry to
Madam Clerk?
interrupt. The amendment was brought up by Councillor Fry to separate the clauses, which is what we're seeing on the screen right now is G and H. So before we continue further into the debate on the amended motion, we need to vote on the amendment, please.
Yes, I absolutely was just at that point and asking you if we could just highlight G and H. So Council, we did bring, Councillor Fry did bring up G and H and added, and they had looked originally as further that. They were now given on the advice of the clerk, separate letters, but we have actually not voted on those two clauses. So I'm going to actually just move us to an amendment queue in case anybody wants to specifically speak to those. I realize the discussion has been getting into the more general debate on the motion rather than these two clauses. So if you do wish to just speak to those two blue highlighted sections G and H, you can put yourself on the list. Otherwise, we do need to move to a vote to confirm that before, yeah, before we go to general discussion. Councillor Kirby Young, to the amendments.
I wonder, Madam Chair, if you can help to clarify, because we have been bouncing around. In G, it says, which I understand we're being asked to vote on in isolation, G or G and H, that says to consider this request. Which this request are we now considering relating to other clauses in the motion that we haven't yet adopted? What does this request refer to, please?
Is that a question, a point of information through me to the mover?
Well, I'm just, however you'd like to guide me, because otherwise I'm wondering if this is out of sequence.
I think that would be appropriate. As a point of information, I would ask the mover, which is Councillor Fry, if Councillor Fry, you could address the meaning of the word "this" in terms of this request.
This request would be enactment clause F.
F.
Perhaps, Madam Clerk, we can move the screen down so that councillors can see F.
And similarly in H, these recommendations.
Okay, so it's the clause specific to digital advertising, essentially.
Correct, yeah. So these were originally all wrapped within, so if it's possible to just have the clerk correct that, I could certainly send it in writing, but it would just be in G, this request would be F, and in H, these recommendations would be recommendations in F or something to that.
Okay, as long as it's specific to F, thank you. That helps. I didn't want to, just want to sure we weren't referring to the whole motion. Thank you.
That's good. Thanks for that clarification, Councillor Kirby Young.
Thank you.
And the clerk has just indicated to me that that she has got those that request to clarifying the wording. Okay, so we are now, Council, going to be moving to a vote on G and H with the clarification it refers to the material in F. Again, G and H as moved by Councillor Fry. Councillor De Genova, would you like a vote assist? Councillor De Genova?
Sorry, I was on mute. In
yes.
favor, vote assist, please.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Great. So we are now back to the main queue and to the discussion there. And in the main queue, Councillor Dominato. Oh, you're not there anymore. Councillor Genova, I have you on the floor for the in the main queue.
Nope.
Okay, Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, I'll go back to. I'm going to have a few clarification questions, but I'll go back to B because we're now back to kind of the main motion at this point. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
We are as amended. Yes.
So I'll go back to B. I'm also quite confused by this because I think the language of submissions could mean many things. It could mean specifically projects coming forward to public hearing. It doesn't specifically stipulate public hearings. A submission could be somebody submitting on behalf of, it could be the BIA speaking or an advocacy group like Fair Vote, or it could be a submission could be coming from the BC RFA, Restaurant and Food Services Association, who corporately will be limited to the same donation limit as will individuals, but may be making theoretically a submission to council. And so I'm also quite confused and struggling by this. I appreciate that it's a report back, but I guess I'm looking for clarity here because that could mean that a vast number of individuals coming before council would have to declare. I don't think that's the intent, but I think that we've got some really problematic situation with the language here. So maybe through you, a question.
To the mover?
The question is a question to the mover or to staff, but the mover would like, maybe through you, a question to the mover is perhaps he would like to withdraw this clause from the motion and consider bringing it forward with more clarity as a separate motion potentially. Because I do feel it needs more, it could benefit from some more structure.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby Young, my suggestion is that your point of information actually be directed first to the city manager to just garner his interpretation of submissions. That might be helpful.
Okay. And could you add to that if in a submission, if someone is making a submission, depending on the interpretation of the word, that would include, for example, also a union that is coming to speak around the city budget or something of that nature who has made donations to a particular individual or individual councillors.
Right. Right. Okay. And we could circle back to Councillor Fry as well, but I do think some clarification on the interpretation of this from the city manager would be welcome. So, Mr. Mokri.
Thanks, Chair Carr. On its face, the term submission is a very broad term. I expect that as staff, if this motion is passed and staff are directed to look at this, there may be questions that we have to come back to council on to seek further direction as to the intent. But yeah, I think there's definitely, from my perspective, a question around the scope of what's intended here. So if council is able to provide further clarity around intent, that would be helpful.
Great, thank you. And perhaps I can, thank you very much. And perhaps I can then direct the question to the mover of the motion. And Councillor Fry, if you had any more specific definition of the word submission that you could provide to Councillor Kirby Young.
It may be helpful to acknowledge that this language was taken from the summary from the Independent Election Task Force report, almost verbatim. I actually modified it a little bit to remove the sort of pieces around recusing oneself and making it an actual code of conduct violation rather just focusing on making a declaration. But I think the essence of this, because it's actually lifted from the Independent Election Task Force report from, I believe it was the 2016 version, that there's a little bit more fulsome kind of conversation around some of that. But in essence, the intent is just to be a little bit more transparent. And obviously it wouldn't be for insignificant donations, but really more things that out of an abundance of caution, somebody may proactively wish to declare rather than have it sort of come up later as perhaps something that should have been acknowledged. So not putting a specific value on it, I think, was part of the intention there.
thank you. I'm just going to jump in because I'm limited
Yep.
for time, but I'm going to have
Yes.
trouble supporting something that doesn't provide clear direction to staff that they would have to come back for clarification on. So I'm going to leave it there for now because I think we've got some other discussions to have right now on the motion. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Kirby. You still have a bit of time, but yep, you're good.
Yeah, I'm going to hold it. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'm just going to do my close on this. I think we probably have the worst possible system now. And I think we need a ward system or PR or both. And what the main reason we need that is for more chance for racialized and low income people to be elected. I'm not enamored of all the consultation that's in this. I wish we could just do it. There have been polls, there have been votes. I would be happy with just doing it. The consultant that staff hired to do the work on the ballots, one of their recommendations was that wards would be the way to go if we wanted to reduce the size of the ballots. Yeah, so I'd go straight for wards in the next election because the charter allows it if it were up to me. But I can't get the votes on that, and so I think the next best thing is to try and go for wards. And PR, and try and get it as soon as possible. So that's where I'm coming from.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson.
Oh, I should also say,
yes,
I
go
think
ahead.
we do need to ban contributions from individual developers. Right now, you can't take contributions from a company, but a developer and a developer's wife and the developer's kids and the developer's staff could all give you $1,200. So I think it would be nice if everybody did what Cope did and just stop taking that. But better than that would be to actually ban that.
Great.
That's it for me.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Dominato, you're up.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I just, as I was going through the draft updated motion, I noted, I don't know if it was an error or just in a mix of all the different amendments. And I've sent an amendment in, and it was to clarify Section A. Around Vancouver's preference for a system of proportional representation suited for municipal elections or the first past the post system, because we don't want to presuppose at this time, and so it just clarifies that. And I think that got somehow lost in the previous amendments, so circulating that for Council's consideration.
I have a point of procedure,
sure.
Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Boyd.
My sense, actually, in looking at the final that was circulated, is that there was an amendment to A which added both the word wards and the phrase something like the current at-large system, yes. And that amendment, in my memory, passed, and so should be in the final version that we're voting on. But I stand to be corrected. I see how disappointed Councillor Hardwick looks right now. So just wanting to clarify that the final version that was circulated is correct before we vote on it. Thanks.
Right. Actually, Madam Clerk, I'm going to have to rely on your record on this. There was language about that it did include the choices of wards and the current system, and my memory is that there was that was defeated, but I'm honestly not sure of what part of the language was defeated. So if we could get some clarification on that. So you see it up there on the screen now. So it was just the first past the post system was retained in that vote, Madam Clerk?
I'm just going to go back to the First Amendment from Councillor Kirby Young, which added either and then the additional words of or retaining the current system. So that amendment was then amended by Councillor Hardwick, included the word words wards and at large.
Yes.
That amendment to the amendment failed.
Yes.
We were back to Councillor Kirby Young's amendment, and that amendment also failed. So A, as it stands for the first paragraph, is the original language.
Right.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Point of procedure also, once Councillor Boyle's finished.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor, yeah, go ahead, Councillor Kirby Young, with a point of procedure.
Yeah, I recall, and I appreciate the clerk's sort of reminder on sequencing that, and I do recall Councillor Hardwick's motion failing, but I recall going back to vote on the original amendment, and I thought that had passed. That's where there seems to be a discrepancy. We did have several votes back and forth with the amendment.
We did, but the clerk is maintaining the record of that, and yeah. So, Madam Clerk, are you are so the clerk is very sure of the record. She has the record, and the record, Madam Clerk, is the language we're seeing in front of us on the screen is the language that passed, and language that included wards did not. That's correct, Clerk? Is that right? The language here is what did pass. Any other language that we considered around specifically wards and at large, the words at large, which was the amendment by Councillor Hardwick, did not pass.
That's correct. And remember, there was a request to sever, so we voted on the first part of the first paragraph, so that failed. And then the second vote for the rest of the addition of Councillor Kirby Young's amendment passed.
So the language we're looking at now is the language that passed.
Which is the original, including the amendment that is currently on the floor by Councillor Dominato?
Or the first past the post system?
That's the amendment, that's correct.
And that passed?
No, we have to vote on that. That's the amendment on the floor. So the first paragraph, it's the original language stands because the amendments failed.
Yes, right. Yes. Okay, so sorry, Councillor Dominato, I'm going to stop your timer because a lot of that was other interruptions, including by myself. Councillor Dominato,
so
go ahead.
Do I have the floor? Or
yes, you have the floor.
I'd summed up my points, I think, fairly clearly about the addition, and so maybe we could just continue because there seems to be other speakers. If this is I'm looking at a speaker list with 4 speakers.
Yes.
So yeah. Okay.
But you are tabling this amendment?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So everyone, I'm moving us to an amendment queue for this amendment, which is to add the language or the first past the post system. Everybody clear about that? Mayor Stewart, you're on the list here.
Ironically, wards are first past the post, but at large is not. It's many past the post. So right now, if we adopted this language, it wouldn't include the at large system. So I just thought I'd throw that at you.
And you are indeed an expert on this.
Point of, oh, I can get on the queue now.
Yes, you're not. Yes, counts. Okay. Thank you, Mayor Stewart. Do you have anything else to add about that?
Well, how this is set up right now is that before the amendment would be that we'd be just asking people about what they think about proportional representation. That would be the direction, I think. It wouldn't, I don't think, preclude people from asking about other electoral systems, but if it's this one, it would be wards because if we added this language, because
Single member.
Well, first past the post is like it's 10 councillors get elected, right? In one constituency. So that's first 10 past the post. So
Yeah.
that's why the original language or Councillor Hardwick's amendment was at large, because that I think more succinctly sums up. But so this may not clarify anything. That's all I'm suggesting.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Stewart. That may lead to some people's confusion, but it is providing more clarity. So thank you. Councillor Di Genova, to this additional language.
I'm not sure if Councillor Dominato's intention was current. I'll let her go first, but I do understand. I think the mayor did clarify it. It wouldn't just be a word system. I understand that first past the post would mean the first any. I mean, it doesn't just mean one. It means the first majority numbers, or the first of 10, or if it was 11, or whatever the numbers would be. That's first past the post. But I'll let Councillor Dominato go. Councillor Dominato.
Okay, Councillor Dominato, go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm just contemplating withdrawing because of the confusion, so I'll move to withdraw.
Okay. So there is
I'll support that.
Yeah. So I'm just going to test for support for that. It is a unanimous decision that's required. So all those in favor of the withdrawal motion, say aye.
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 Okay. Those opposed, say nay. Okay. Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Shall I? Are you okay for now? Shall I just move on?
Yeah. Yeah. Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Di Genova.
I was just going to suggest, I know that when the hours get late and the amendments get long, Chair Carr, that we could have a quick recess at some point, because it may actually save us some time. So I was just going to propose a recess, because right now I understand I'm looking at, and I just wanted to maybe a point of information through you, that the most up-to-date motion was sent to us by the clerk at 7:14 p.m. to the council distribution list. Is that correct?
Yes, it was sent to us.
Okay, so that's what we're working off of, the 7:14 p.m. email.
Yes.
But there's been questions about what's passed and what's not, but that's still the same. So could I suggest we just take a 5-minute recess and everyone can review that? I have it right in front of me. I don't need to, but just thought it might be helpful.
Yeah, I think that there's one other speaker on the list, and then I think that's a really good suggestion. So,
I'm happy to move it right after the next speaker, if that's
great.
okay.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle?
Thanks, Chair Carr. I was just hoping to ask that we sever each piece, each letter of this motion.
Great. Okay. So
point of privilege, Swanson
yes?
here, sorry.
No problem. Yes,
Could
go ahead.
I just get it clear whether A includes wards or not?
No.
It doesn't.
Well, put it this way, there could be a system of multi-member wards proportionally that could be a proportional system. In other words, yes, multi-member wards with a proportional voting system would be a proportional system. Actually, even single transferable vote within a ward would be. So, yes, my understanding.
Okay.
Councillor, so we have Councillor Di Genova asking for a break. I think I see no one else on that list. Oh, there's a lot of people on the main
10
queue.
minutes?
Yes. And Councillors Boyle, Kirby, and Swanson, you're all on the main queue list as well, just so that you know. And so I'm just going to suggest we have to come back to that list. But if everybody reads over the actual motion, given we have 10 minutes, so at 8:01, we will return and hopefully everybody, swing your arms a bit, have a glass of water, and maybe come back to be able to move more expeditiously towards a vote would be great. Okay, 10 minutes. See you at 8:01. note for all of council that we did receive an emailed version that will be posted on the public screen imminently. That came from one of the clerks, Gina, who that removed some of the extraneous information, things that didn't pass as we worked our way through amendments and amendments to amendments. So we'll hopefully get that on screen soon. And hopefully you can all look into your inboxes for that, which came to you at 8:07 p.m. And that's what we'll be working off on the floor. So thanks everyone for your diligence in working through this. And we are back to a main queue. Councillor Dominato, I do have you up on the main queue.
Oh, that's a holdover, Madam Chair.
Yeah,
Thanks.
no problem. Councillor Kirby Young.
I'm fine right now, thanks.
Okay. Councillor Swanson.
I'm good.
Okay. So, and Mayor Stewart finally.
I just wanted to agree with Councillor Swanson that I don't really get, I find B, C, and D too vague, and so I won't be supporting those, just so folks know.
Okay, thanks for that clarity, Mayor Stewart. So, Council, okay, sorry, we have another person on the queue. Councillor Hardwick, go ahead.
I'd just like to request that, I know it's already been discussed, but that we sever. And I think we should go through one by one. That is my request.
All the clauses A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J?
Yes, please.
No problem. That is absolutely, you're right as a councillor, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Swanson.
I just wanted to state that I can't vote for A because it doesn't include wards as one option. I don't think we should go through massive consultation on the preference and leave out one of the most important options.
Okay, thanks again for your clarity. Also, Councillor Swanson. Okay, so councillors, I'm not seeing anyone else on the list. We have had a request to sever by letter. So that is what I'm going to ask the clerk to do is to put up one at a time, followed by then after we vote on that, B, etc. Madam Clerk, is that satisfactory to you in terms of instruction?
Yes, we will have that ready shortly.
Great. Okay. So this is on the public screen. A is quite long. So, councillors, I just want to make sure you can read it all. There. That's pretty perfect. In terms of size, it's now highlighted in yellow. Our first vote is going to be on this section. Section A. And your voting screens are open. Councillor Genova, did you need a vote assist?
I reloaded my panel while we were on break, so I'm hoping this works. Let's see.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councillor Kirby Young, you have not yet voted. Okay, that vote does pass with 3 in opposition, Mayors Stewart, Swanson, and Hardwick. So we are now on to B. And hopefully we're going to get that Right now it's in gray, but if it could be, that's great. B is now highlighted on the council chamber screen in yellow. So we are now voting on section B. And that has passed with those in opposition being Mayor Stewart, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Hardwick, and Councillor Boyle. Okay. We are now voting on C. We're about to. It's just going to be highlighted in just a second. But it is on your screen. You can see clearly the C. And that, at this point, fails. So C fails with...
Chair Carr?
Yes. Yes.
Abstain is counted as in favor? So it passes.
Abstains are counted in favor. Oh, I didn't realize that. Is that right? Okay. Yes, so abstains are. So I'm sorry, my error. That passes with those opposed being Mayor Stewart, Councillors Swanson, Hardwick, and Boyle. Okay, and now to D. There a number have not yet voted. Councillor Weeb, you have not yet voted on D. Okay, and that passes with 3 in opposition. Mayor Stewart, Councillor Swanson, and Councillor Hardwick. Moving on to E. Somebody should perhaps mute themselves. Councillor Hardwick, you haven't voted yet on this. Okay, that passes unanimously. And now to F.
Madam Chair, could that be shrunk?
Yes.
Point of privilege, personal privilege, so we could
Yes.
see it on screen? Thank you.
And actually, Madam Clerk, this is a point of privilege too. If E could no longer be highlighted, we're voting on F. So if we could see F on the screen as a whole, it's a lengthy one, but that would be, that's requested by a councillor. And that has passed unanimously, although one has abstained. And now to G. And Madam Clerk, if we could move to G, thank you.
Point of privilege. It is
Yes.
on voting.
Do you need a vote assist?
No, I'd just like to know what we're voting on exactly.
We're on G.
I understand, but G says specifically, Chair Carr, this request. So is this request the whole motion?
That was stated during our debate, Councillor Genova, as the information in F. So
okay, I wish it said that just so people were clear when they read it afterwards, but thanks for reiterating.
Thank you. Oh, it does say to implement the recommendations in F. Oh, it's been highlighted now for you. And Councillor Wiebe, you have not yet voted? Great. And that passes also unanimously. There's one abstention. And now to H. If H could be highlighted, Madam Clerk, might help a few who haven't yet voted. Okay, and that has passed with one in opposition, Councillor Swanson. And finally, oh, not quite finally, I. Okay, and that has passed unanimously. There's one abstention, but otherwise unanimous. And finally, J. Okay, and that, oh, sorry, Councillor Genova, you have, great. And that has passed with 4 opposed. Councillors Genova, Hardwick, Dominato, and Kirby Young. Great. I believe that has thank you to all of you and to the clerks for moving us through quite a lot more complicated than normal set of votes. And so that brings to an end this particular member's motion and item 10 on the agenda.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Yes. Go ahead, Councillor
I realize we are at 8:30 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
And I will not be able to stay past 10 p.m. tonight. And I know there are a number of speakers the next motion.
Actually, there are no speakers on the queue.
Okay, great.
No
I
speakers.
just wanted to check in and see where we were at to let the speakers know expectations. Thanks, Chair Carr.
Right, thank you. Yes, so members, we are on the next one, which is a next referred motion from yesterday's council, which is our item number 11. And that is understanding COVID-19 recovery through housing construction, which was moved and introduced by Mayor Stewart and seconded by Councillor Kirby Young. As I said, we did have a speaker on this list. So again, I'm just going to ask for verbal confirmation and another check to ensure, Madam Clerk, that the speaker is not on the line. There are no speakers on the line for this item. Madam Clerk?
Chair Carr, that's correct. The speaker has withdrawn.
Withdrawn. Okay, so that means, Council, that we can go straight into discussion and debate and decision on this item. As you know, it's been moved and seconded. So I'm not sure if these are holdovers, Councillor Swanson, Kirby Young, or this holdover from the last queue.
I'm a holdover.
Great, Councillor Kirby Young.
I'm new.
Great, then you are up. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
I'm not feeling very new, but I am new on the queue. I have sent in an amendment, and I think the clerk is bringing it up, and I was pleased to second this motion from Mayor Stewart. I think that in the middle of COVID-19 and with the great struggles that we are seeing that are having, social impact, but also significant economic impact, it makes sense for us to have a good sense as a council in terms of what opportunities might be in front of us that we may not want to preclude necessarily, and want to have the opportunity to be aware of those. But the one thing that struck me on this motion is that it is focused solely and only on housing, which, while critical, I think negates the economic and cultural sort of piece of the pie in terms of the fact that we need a strong economy in order for people to be able to hopefully make a decent living and for them to be able to afford housing in a very expensive city, but also recognizes that there are potentially some significant economic stimulus projects and cultural revitalization that could result in additional performance space. Thinking of our really valued cultural sector in terms of additional construction jobs, office jobs, additional industrial space or industrial jobs. And I think we would be remiss if we didn't look at the same information for both economic and cultural economic stimulus and cultural revitalization infrastructure opportunities. So the language, that's essentially the gist of the amendment, and the language mirrors and follows what Mayor Stewart had laid out in a fairly very explicit way, but simply making the language pertinent, as I said, to those specifics. So asking for things like in terms of square footage as it relates to those types of spaces and potential projects. So I'll leave it there because I know it's late.
I thank you. You have, this is not up on the screen yet, your amendment. You have emailed it to us. Yeah, so basically, I'm looking at your amendment. If we can get up on the screen so we can so the public can see it, I think that would be important. So I'll wait for a moment for that to happen.
Okay, but maybe you can stop my clock because I finished the introduction.
Yeah.
If that's okay.
Yes, I will stop. Absolutely. Good suggestion. And meanwhile, we'll move us to an amendment queue on this. Councillor Genova, are you on this queue for amendment?
Not.
I'll just wait for a second. We have the amendment up, so it is a further that. It's a bit tight.
It's an additional. It's a brand new clause, so perhaps the further is not required, as you aptly pointed out earlier.
So
I'll
it
be
is
guided by
a
the clerk.
Yes, okay. Clerk, if it's, I'm going to defer to the clerk in terms of how they want to make how she wants to make sure it's segregated. Is this a completely standalone clause?
Yes, it's
from the therefore be it resolved.
Yes.
Okay, Madam Clerk, it's like adding a new letter or number, or if you want to do that.
Point of procedure.
It would be B.
Swanson.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
I'm wondering if this amendment is in order since the title of the motion is about housing.
Okay. So just a second. I'm having a hard time reading the size of that. So just 1 second, in order to
Point of
be able to deal with that.
procedure.
Actually, I can only do one thing at a time, actually. And so in this case, I'm dealing first with a question whether this is in order.
Point of privilege.
Point of privilege is absolutely allowed. Go ahead.
I am feeling very uncomfortable, Chair Carr, that other members, you've insisted that they call out the exact point of order and the section number, but you don't for others. I'm sorry, but if you're going to make me state it that
Good
way, I was
point.
trying to be more polite.
Thank you. You know, that is a good reminder. It's all getting a little late here for all of us, but Councillor Swanson, if you could cite your point of order. I mean, sorry, cite whether something is in order. It's not really, yeah.
What am I supposed to cite?
The section.
I don't have it handy.
It's not really a point of order. It is just 1 second. On points of order, I understand that, or for sure. I'm just going to confer with the clerk in terms of just 1 second, Council. Yeah, there's no need to cite a section of the bylaw on that, Councillor Genova. It's just straight up, is it in order or not? But as I say, I'm having a bit of a time reading it. It's very tiny, so I'm going to just take a moment to get to the point where I can read the full amendment. So hold on for a second, everyone.
Okay.
Yes, I am actually going, I am just in the process of reading the amendment in the context of the motion, anticipating a question to this. So I'm going to take my time to do that, Councillor Kirby Young, and then I'll get right back to the queue. Great. Okay. While Councillor, I have read through this. So actually, I don't need Councillor Councillor Swanson to read through that. Yeah. So in terms of this amendment, I am actually going to call it out of order, and I'm going to call it out of order under section F of 8.7. The reason being that it lists a whole other type of information than is the subject matter of this motion.
Councillor Carr, point of procedure. There is no actual point of order on the floor yet because Councillor Swanson has not cited one from the
It does
procedure.
not matter. It is the privilege of the chair, Councillor Kirby Young, to be able to rule something in order or not in order. So I am going to rule this out of order because it does not pertain to the subject matter of the motion that is in front of us. Okay, so moving on to the speakers list, so I'm going to move us back to a main queue. And Councillor Kirby Young, do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, I I'd like to. I have a question. We're around questions at this point.
You may ask questions at this point.
Okay,
Absolutely,
I'd like to ask a point of information, if I might, through you to staff.
Yes, go ahead.
And that's with respect to the staff input that came back on this motion that cited a number of concerns relating potentially to disclosure of privacy or other information, which generally raised, I think, a fair number of flags. And staff had indicated that none of that information was incorporated or concerns were incorporated or addressed in the motion by the mover. I wonder if staff can comment and expand on the nature of those concerns, please.
Mr. Mokri, is it possible for you to respond to that request for information?
Yes, thanks, Chair. Yes, so you will, as council, will have seen the advice that staff has provided, the feedback on this motion. Certainly, the information is confidential, so we do not publicize inquiries or applications at kind of those early stages. So if council is seeking this information or information of this nature, we would be reporting that back in camera. So that's it, we would have to maintain that confidentially. So that's that particular issue.
Okay, so just follow up point of information that's very helpful. So in terms of this searchable information and suggestion that it be updated or posted, that wouldn't be possible to post it.
No, no, the information is not publicly accessible. So the city is not in a position to make it available to the public.
Okay, and is it further follow-up point of information? Is it proper that we be considering this motion in the public forum as opposed to in camera, given that it deals with personal or sensitive information? Should this be considered in camera in the public forum?
The motion itself doesn't disclose it or call for, the discussion of the motion doesn't call into question any private information. So I think it's proper for council to have this debate in public. It's the details that are solicited in the motion that would be raise the concerns around privacy.
Okay, so this would not provide, just to be super clear, this would not provide for any public transparency around this information, or what type of projects might be in the queue? Is there any kind of abbreviated version that could be provided, like number of types of projects, so forth?
That's possible, Council. Councillor, we haven't considered that, but that's something that we could take back and assess if Council's interested in that question.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby Young. And on to you, Councillor Swanson, up to 5.
Is this on the amendment?
No, we're not in an amendment queue. We are in the main queue discussing the main motion.
Okay, I sent an amendment.
Okay, Councillor Swanson, as we look to that, I'll move us to an amendment queue.
It's just to add in to the details that would be reported back, the approximate rent of rental units.
Okay, I'm just waiting for that to go on. Meanwhile, is everybody on this amendment queue list wanting to speak to this particular amendment? I have got Councillors Genova, Swanson, Kirby, Young, Hardwick, and Mayor Stewart on this list.
I'd like to speak to this.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll just move through. Councillor Genova, you are on this amendment queue, but I'll wait for Councillor Swanson to. Are you finished, Councillor Swanson?
No.
In terms introducing your amendment? Councillor Swanson? You may be muted.
Yeah, I just think it's really important to know what the rent of the rental units are, so I just added that in there.
Yes. Okay, we see it now. It's up on the screen. Thanks so much. Councillor Genova, you were on this amendment queue.
Chair Carr, I'm going to call for exactly the same thing that Councillor Swanson called for, and since you didn't need a section number for her, I'm going to ask that you
I
also
did
call
actually in the end,
Oh.
but
Okay. Should we wait another 12 minutes for that?
No,
because I
we
can
don't
go
need
and
to.
find it.
Councillor Genova.
Do not yell at me, please.
No, actually, I'm just clarifying for you that as chair, I have, as I explained to you earlier, the authority to rule whether something's in order or not, whether any member of council raises it or not. Since the issue was drawn to my attention, I decided to investigate, and I called the matter out of order. That was my own privilege, and I cited the section of the procedure bylaw.
And I'm drawing it to your attention that the rents may not be known at the time, because as to when it goes on the market may be much later. So to require that would not be something that would be in order, I would suppose. But I'm still waiting on my point of privilege that you told me to wait patiently for, which I've been waiting for approximately 14 minutes. But that's okay. I just won't say anything because I don't feel I'm being treated fairly.
If you have a point of privilege, that takes precedence, and you may ask that at any time. I did not hear you call for a point of privilege.
I will roll back the
go
tape
ahead.
and send it to you at a different time where you told me I must wait. So that's all.
Well, why don't you state it right now?
No, because it was pertinent at the time, and now it's not,
okay.
because you
All
told
right,
me
that's
I
fine.
could not ask it.
As I was dealing, well, fine. So in terms of the approximate rent of rental units, maybe that would be a good question to ask. Are you questioning whether that's information that I believe I understand what you said to say?
It's unrealistic. It's impossible. It's not even confidential. It's impossible to say when the project will be finished.
Okay, would you like to ask a point of information through me to the acting city manager?
I was going to do that, but I thought it might be painfully long, so I was trying to find the lesser of the two ways to do this. But if you feel that that's best, that's fine with me.
Okay, Mr. Deputy City Manager, I wonder if you could inform us whether or not it is feasible to actually provide the information that is specified in this amendment, i.e. the approximate rent of rental units.
My sense is through you, Chair Carr, that would be likely not possible. I think in some cases it depends on, again, the motion is framed as quite broad, takes into account kind of applications here at very early stages, so much of this information may not be available in every case. Obviously, if the motion were passed, we would provide the information that was available for each project, but we don't necessarily have much of the information or all of the information that's solicited here in every case. So yes, that would be a question for sure.
A question, but if it was added in, would that you would answer or report on that as you are able or as information is available?
If we had it, we would. Yeah, I think in terms of specific rent levels, no, we wouldn't likely have that at the stage of the projects that's contemplated in the motion.
Okay. So at this stage, so yeah.
Sorry.
I'm just making a decision as to whether or not, given the information provided by the city manager, that information would not be available. His word was likely available. That's a harder decision to make because it may be available. It might be useful if that language, instead of saying approximate rent of rental units, if that information is available, if that was added, that would certainly provide clarity to staff. But in the absence of that, it appears that
it's fine. I
it
will
might
just
be
vote against it. I see that I'm out of time, and I don't need more time. That's
all
fine.
right. Thank you. That's useful. So we are now on to Councillor Swanson on the speaking queue to the amendment.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, of course, it can't be provided for all units, but certainly if they're seeking a DCL waiver, that we'd have an idea of the approximate rent, at least for the first tenants. And it does say approximate.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson, for that clarification. Councillor Hardwick to this amendment.
Sorry, I'm on the wrong queue then because I have an amendment that I've sent in. So
For
sorry.
sure, it would be the main queue that you would be on, not this one. Thank you. Unless it's yeah, okay. Yeah, we're in this one specific amendment queue right now. Mayor Stewart.
Where I agree with you, Chair Carr, that this is an order, I would be voting against this, just because this was designed to have a good amount of information, but to get it to us quickly. I think it could be amended, but I would suggest we just go through the first iteration of this before we add more detail. I just think of public hearings where we ask about one building and what the rents would be and just how long it takes us to get an approximate one. If we're talking dozens of projects, many of that are not even to the public hearing stage or even close, I think that this would be a very onerous task for staff at the moment. And so I would suggest if we want this quickly, we do that to get it in Q1 and then take a look at it. And if we wanted to add more columns, we do it then. But this I think would take more time than pretty well anything else on the list. So I'll be voting against it.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. Okay, I don't see anyone else on the list. So, Madam Clerk, could you take us to a vote on this particular amendment by Councillor Swanson, which is
Sorry,
adding
I'm
F.
on the list.
Oh, okay. Councillor Weed, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess my question's to staff with that last comment, recognizing there's over 20 line items and the mayor was stating that this one would be a lot of a burden to staff. I'm just wondering, what is the current time that would need to put this memo together on a quarterly basis?
I think that is directed, it's a point of information directed through to
staff,
Mr.
yeah.
Mokry.
Just recognizing the mayor's comment.
Thanks, Chair. It will definitely involve staff work. We would have to obviously review and compile these details from each of those applications or inquiries. I don't have a specific estimate for you. I think we would have to go through it once, and we'd be obviously be at a position then to tell you how much work it involved. But yeah, I'm sorry, I can't give you a specific estimate of hours.
Okay, and then I guess a question
And
through the
that,
chair to the mover of the
yes,
motion.
yes, fine. That fine. I can present that for you. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I guess this should have been done yesterday. I'm just wondering, what is the problem you're trying to solve with this information that we don't already get from the development community when they send applications they want us to see when they're ready?
Councillor Weave, are you specifically talking about the addition of approximate rent of rental units? Because that's what the queue is on this amendment. So it would be a question to Councillor Swanson.
No, it's a question to the mover of the motion. So you're
Okay,
right.
so we would have to go back to the main queue for that. Okay, Council, I don't see anyone else on the queue to speak to this amendment by Councillor Swanson, which is in red on our screens, adding F, the approximate rent of rental units. And Madam Clerk, if you could take us to a vote on this.
Chair Carr, we still have one more councillor on the queue.
Oh, I just saw. I'm sorry. There is a yes added in. I'm terribly sorry. I missed you, Councillor Hardwick. I didn't see you added. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that I appreciate what Councillor Swanson is getting at here, but unlike the other ones that are numbers, which are they're numbers, it's straightforward. This is more subjective. It's approximate. Yes, it's approximate in all the other cases, but those are numbers as opposed to rent, which is a subjective range. And so I understand why it's more problematic as described by staff, but I certainly appreciate what Councillor Swanson was getting at here.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. So I see no other councillors on the queue, and if you could take us to a vote, Madam Clerk, that would be great. Okay, that has failed. That's failed with Councillors Carr, Mayor Stewart, Councillors Genova, Fry, Dominato Bly, and Kirby Young in opposition. So moving back, I'm going to move us to the main queue again. Councillor Swanson, do you have anything else to add around this?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Great, thank you. Councillor Hardwick, go ahead. Councillor Hardwick?
Sorry about that. I hope I'm on the right queue this time.
This is the main queue. Yes, if you are prepared.
I did send in an amendment that I would appreciate people considering. As I am, of course, very keen on getting as much data as possible on our housing file and also building in as much transparency as possible. So I'm just wondering, could we get that up on the screen? There we go. So again, I'm just emphasizing in the mayor's motion, which I appreciate that that we want this to be made public. It could be seen as being self-evident, but stating it, as we know, it's really important to be building trust through transparency. So I think stating it is important. And also just the note again at the end of Q1 2021 and publicly updated is important. And then I'm adding a 12 where we're looking at existing buildings on site because we're not only looking at what's the approximate new number of things that is going in there. We also need to look what's on site currently, how old is it, how's it being used, is it heritage listed, and are any of the buildings to be demolished or retained? None of these should present any concern to staff. They have all of this information, and it would be It's just adding more dimension to what is already set out as a good data seeking motion.
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thanks. While I think that I agree with parts of Councillor Hardwick's addition here, I'm going to ask you to rule this out of order under Section 8.7B as it conflicts with law. And the city manager actually just stated it that these lists can't be made public because there's confidential information. And so that's why once compiled, this will come to us in camera to look at privately. However, I do think once we look at the first initial list, we could say aggregate it and then present it to the public that way. We just can't, when we have LOEs or we have initial applications, we can't make those public because there's, you know, because that's not allowed. so that's my
I guess
request.
I would have expected there would have been
Sorry,
redaction.
excuse me,
Sorry.
Councillor Hardwick. I've been asked for a ruling, and so Mayor Stewart, I'm just asking for clarification. Thank you for stating the section of the bylaw, 8.7B. And are you asking me to rule on both the initial part made public as well as the addition of 12?
My read is that this is a single amendment, and so
right, it is a single amendment. Right. Okay.
Yeah,
okay, I've got it. And I will be ruling it out of order. Indeed, the city manager, I had noted also that the city manager had made it clear that this information could not be made public. So it's also not in terms. It's also in my mind able to be ruled out of order on 8.7A, which is about the good rule and government of the city.
Am I able to include just the number 12 and below as a separate amendment?
Oh, you can resubmit just as that as a separate amendment. There's lots of other people on this bit, but you have to resubmit.
Thank you. I will do so.
Okay, no problem. Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I have a point of information through you to the mover of the motion. I'm just wanting to get a better understanding around the rationale for this motion and kind of what objectives it meets in terms of having this information gathered. Obviously, it can only be delivered in camera and not publicly, but I'm trying to understand the rationale and the benefits.
Mayor Stewart, are you willing to respond to that question?
Sure. So thanks for the question. It's a good one. I see council as elected and the head of responsible for everything that happens in the city. And what I guess I think why this is important is because we tend to have some projects that make it come forward, some don't come forward. We don't really find out about projects in the pipeline really unless they're kind of put in the daily hive or something. We don't. So this would give us a complete and ongoing inventory of what staff are considering on our behalf. And that's it. It just kind of gives us more information. I see it as a spreadsheet that we could look through on a regular basis. And especially in the light of COVID-19 recovery. Just on a call with the Prime Minister this morning, mayors across Canada are concerned about what happens after the federal money shuts off. And one of the key things we can do is to get capital in the city through looking at what buildings are being proposed, but we don't know what's being proposed. This is at this point with staff. So it's nothing more than that, just more information for council on a regular basis. And so we're not surprised when things come forward. I do think it's weird when I read something in the newspaper about a proposal coming forward that has been sitting with staff for a long time that we don't know about. I often think of us sitting in that city hall, when the city burned down and the councils were all sitting in a tent. I mean, that's really what we are. We just have a whole bunch of staff now working for us. So it's important that, especially this is potentially hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars that's sitting and waiting, and plus a ton of both market and non-market and social housing that's sitting there. So it's only for information, and it's a quick list. It shouldn't take staff that long.
No, that was super helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate
Okay.
that.
Thank you for the question.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Great.
it for me on
Thank
that.
you. And Councillor Dominato, this is going to be a report back to the memo. That's what's being requested this. Okay. Great, as long as you're clear about that. Councillor Kirby Young, go ahead. Up to 5 minutes. Councillor Kirby Young, you may be on mute. Sorry. Yeah.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I have sent in an amendment, and I'm doing so for the sake of clarity of understanding and communication and transparency for the public, because nowhere in the motion does it state that this information, when available, won't be made public. And typically memos back to council are, and I think a lot of people that I have spoken to about this motion have the expectation that that would be the outcome of this. And not everybody will be listening to the council tape and conversation. And I think it's important to be clear that this is not information that's coming forward, with the intention of sort of public consumption per se. And so the clause I've submitted just really recaps the discussion and the information that came back from the city manager for the sake of clarity to the public. And actually, there's an updated amendment, perhaps if the clerk can bring it up. I sent a second email. There's 2 sentences now. And I'll read it quickly. It says that council acknowledged the above referenced information is likely confidential and proprietary, and therefore is likely to be provided only in camera, and therefore not available for posting or communication to the public. And that staff advise on what data on an individual project basis or an aggregate may be made public from the provided information. And I think that that would provide some clarity for the public, and I think that's important. So that's the spirit of the amendment.
Great. I'm moving us to an amendment queue. So if anybody wishes to speak to this amendment, Mayor Stewart, you're on the list.
I think it's an excellent addition and would be happy to support it.
Thank you. Anyone else willing to wanting to speak to this? Given that, let's just move right along, Madam Clerk, and let's vote on this amendment by Councillor Kirby Young. That passes unanimously. Great. Back to the main queue. Councillor Kirby Young, do you have anything else?
Thank you.
Great. Councillor Genova.
Thanks, Chair Carr. Earlier, I had asked you a question, and I think you were quick to answer, but I think you meant maybe for the motion before this. When we returned, I was just wondering from that break during the last motion, we're now at 9 p.m. How many speakers are queued up or do we have tonight? And will we get to all of our agenda items by 10 p.m.? Because I would hate to make people wait an hour if we didn't think we would get to them. I just don't think it's fair. And I'd like to know because I won't be able to stay past 10 p.m.
Okay, I will certainly confer with the clerk in terms of understanding how many are on the line, but you probably realize that it is impossible for me to estimate how long these are going to take if I am not informed of how many amendments and amendments to amendments we have.
I understand, but there are 18 speakers on the next motion. So if there are speakers queued up for that, then I would assume that we might not get to the motion after that. So we could at least let those speakers know.
So the next motion, there are eight members of the public on the line.
So would you suggest we wouldn't get to the final item on the agenda, number 13?
It's very hard for me to say. I don't know how much longer this item is going to take.
Okay, so maybe we could decide that after this item out of respect for people who are waiting on the line.
I think that's a good suggestion. We haven't. I just also did receive information from the clerk that that at this point, speakers for other items have not yet been notified because we haven't finished this motion and we have yet another motion. So it's only the next motion that speakers have been advised about. Okay, and Councillor Hardwick, you are next.
Thank you. I sent in an amendment, revised again. Hopefully not as controversial as the last one.
So this is just the second part of your.
Yeah, it's just a few more fields in the spreadsheet.
Okay, I'll move us to an amendment Q. Mayor Stewart, I think there might have been a holdover. Are you going to speak though to this?
Sure. I'm happy just to say, I think these are good fields. Now that I look at it, I should have included them myself. So I think that's good and I'd be happy to support this.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. I see no one else on the list, Council. So, Madam Clerk, could you move us to a vote on this amendment by Councillor Hardwick? Councillors Genova, Swanson, Kirby Young.
Can we have it on the screen?
Yes, that's true. I just read it by email. Here it is on the screen. Councillor Swanson, you can view it now.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Yay. Okay, back to the main queue. Councillor Hardwick, do you have anything else?
No, that's it for me. I look forward to seeing all this come to fruition.
Great, thanks, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Wiebe, to the motion.
Yeah, I've got one more point of information to the mover of the motion.
Through me, go ahead.
Perfect. Recognizing that the amendment from Councillor Kirby Young failed or was ruled out order, I'm wondering, recognizing economic recovery's importance in arts and culture and commercial spaces, and some of the projects we have seen come forward that have been a bit of a surprise have been the larger commercial projects, headquarters and others. So I'm wondering why they weren't included in the motion, and are you thinking that maybe in the future that's something we could add?
Thanks for the question. It's a great one. I didn't include it because I'm obsessed about housing, but now that I look at it, I think that Councillor Kirby Young's addition would be most welcome in a standalone motion, and I think that is information that we could all use. Again, we tend to get surprised by daily hive things that come up in our stream, and I would really like to know what's coming along so we can kind of prepare for it. And this, of course, is all before these things get to public hearing, so we can do inquiries and stuff. The only time we can't talk about things is when they actually get to public hearing. So I do think that that would be a good addition, and I would suggest that Councillor Kirby Young maybe have a little back and forth with staff to see if which fields would be onerous and which ones wouldn't, and maybe there'd be a few more valuable things to put in there. So hope that answers your question, Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just going to provide some final comments and, just to quell any curiosity, I will be submitting it as a final motion. I've started formatting it as we speak. So I will submit it as a separate standalone motion based on the conversation because while I looked at the title of this motion and it was titled Understanding COVID-19 Recovery. And I don't know how you can talk about recovery without talking about sort of economic stimulus and generation. And yes, new housing construction stimulates jobs and that, but people need, as I said, they need income to live in those jobs. So I think that information is critically important, and I will be submitting that at the earliest opportunity as a standalone motion. With respect to this motion overall, I was pleased to second it when Mayor Stewart brought it forward because I think we all feel sometimes surprised, and as councillors, we get the calls and the information, and we are asked about particular projects, and I think it's really helpful to be aware of and to be informed. And it can identify, I think, opportunities that may potentially be missed because we don't have a current policy, enabling policy to consider them. And I think there's been recent examples of that. But I also think that it's helpful for council in terms of sort of being a key stewards of the city to understand what is in the pipeline and what may not be. And if it is, we are seeing reductions because those are early trends and early indicators. By the time something gets to us at public hearing, it has been in the pipeline for quite some time. And, things are sort of fully baked at that point. And there's in that lag period, it's not going to give you an indicator of what's really happening in terms of the immediate response to market. If those early inquiry discussions are down, and you're seeing dramatic either a decrease in them or a real shift in the type of early discussions or sort of informal inquiries, that's, I think, really valuable information for us to have as council, to sort of have that lens when we're looking at policy and opportunities and trying to steward through very difficult times as we come out of COVID-19. So I will support it for that reason, and I will bring forward a separate motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. And only quick words in support of the mayor's motion here. I really appreciate it coming forward. We certainly hear a lot of stuff that is anxiety from various players in the industry and folks who are hoping to see their projects move forward and concerned about where things go. And I think this adds a level of clarity. And as the mayor pointed out, it's just too weird to have these things show up in the Daily Hive and have absolutely no idea what they're talking about and how did they get it before they. I think this is important, and I really appreciate it coming forward. And I think, yeah, I appreciate the amendments that came with this as well. So thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Fry. And it's looking like this is to close. Mayor Stewart?
Yes, I just wanted to thank councillors for the good additions and the kind words about this. Just to let you know, in kind of the spirit of the last debate, I have given verbal notice of a lobbyist motion, kind of a revamped version of that, which when we couple it with this too, it would probably help us understand more about how things are working at City Hall, and also give the public a lot more sense of how things are done here. And I think transparency is the key, but also the information that is that will be garnered through this on a regular basis, not just for us, but for future councils too. So thanks for all your attention to this. Yeah, thanks.
Great. And I think we are now in the position, Madam City Clerk, to be moved to a vote on the final motion as amended. And council, that has passed unanimously.
Chair Carr, point of privilege.
Yes.
I was hoping that you could estimate, because there were 18 speakers signed up for item number 12, if we would get to item number 13 tonight, and if not, I would like to refer it to the next regular council meeting.
I'm just going to ask our city clerk, Madam Clerk, if you could let us know how many people are currently on the line for item 11, to speak to item 11.
You mean 12?
I'm sorry, 12. Yes, I'm very sorry.
Chair Carr,
Yeah, 12, yes.
we have 10 speakers ready to go for the next item, number 12.
Yeah, we will not get to item 13.
So I will not be able to stay past 10 p.m. tonight. I'm just being very transparent about that.
Yeah.
I also would like to propose then that this would be moved to the, I believe it is the.
I can tell you what the clerk has informed me,
Yes.
Councillor de Genova. First of all, just so that you have some assurance, speakers for item 13 have not been contacted. So they have not been contacted to alert them that they need to get on the line.
They may still be watching their emails, knowing that we're here.
Absolutely, but I'm just letting you know that they haven't been notified to call in. So at least you're right, they may be watching, but we have not assumed that they would be on the agenda for tonight. The backup for next week is
I would like to refer it to.
Just a second. The backup next week is Thursday, February 18th, as I announced earlier. Okay. So we already have got a backup. That's what I'd like to.
Okay.
Yeah. 3
All right.
p.m.
I will refer it to the backup.
You don't have to. It's already been announced. That's the backup.
So that will happen no matter what after 10 p.m.
Correct.
Okay.
Unless there's a motion.
Can we send a notification? Well, I did try and move a motion. You said I don't have to. I still have the privilege and right to do that. So I would like to move that motion so we
No,
can notify
actually,
those
unless
speakers.
I said unless there is a motion to extend the meeting.
Oh, no, I'm not making a motion to extend the meeting. I'm making
Right.
a motion to refer that item right now.
There's no need for a motion. I've been informed by the clerk.
Can
That
I
would be
not
an
make one?
automatic.
So that they would be notified immediately by the clerk.
I'm just,
Chair Carr?
yes, go ahead.
So it looks like if we have all the speakers on the line, we won't finish the speakers for the next item anyways, and we will continue on Thursday next week at 3 p.m. on February 18. And once we finish item 12, we will continue with item 13. And the speakers that would not have an opportunity to speak tonight will be notified when we finish the meeting.
Great, thank you. And the speakers for number 12, will they also be notified that they might not have the opportunity to speak tonight? Unless the meeting's extended.
Yes, we are keeping them informed of the progress.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so we are now, thank you, Madam Clerk. I think we all appreciate that information. So we are now moving, we have just finished that item. So we are on to the next referred motion, which is item 12, aligning the cannabis license fee structure to support Vancouver businesses, which was moved and introduced by Councillor Bly, seconded by Councillor Dominato. We are now in a position to hear from speakers on this item. And so I'm looking to see the first speaker is actually on the line, and that speaker is Kaylee Donahue. Kaylee Donahue, if you are on the line, you may speak to council now up to 5 minutes.
Hello, Mayor and councillors. Thank you so much for holding this public hearing and for the opportunity to speak. I know it's been a very long day for you, and I so appreciate taking the time to hear from us this evening. As you heard, my name is Kaylee Donahue. I'm the Director of Business Development and Licensing with Chiaro, a cannabis retailer with 2 locations in the city of Vancouver, one in the Kingsway and Knight neighborhood and another on Commercial Drive and East First. We also have 3 more locations throughout the province of BC and 2 stores in Saskatchewan. I'll be speaking in favor of motion B8. I hope that throughout the rest of the speakers, you'll have a chance to hear from some more operators in the city who have been operating for much longer than Chiaro and hear some of the hardships from them directly. For me, I'd like to speak to the leadership role that the City of Vancouver took when it first adopted its original development permitting and business licensing for cannabis retail in 2015. The system that was created in the City of Vancouver served as a template for other municipalities as federal legalization was implemented in October of 2018. The influence of Vancouver's leadership could be seen through Alberta municipalities who use the development permitting system to control cannabis retail development throughout many municipalities in that province. Across BC and Canada, many municipalities also implemented cost recovery for the business license fee systems to offset the cost of bylaw development and implementation. This process was adopted, the cost recovery process was adopted by the City of Saskatoon, where Chiaro's first cannabis retail location was opened in January of 2019. The City of Vancouver's choice to adapt its existing development permit and business licensing system to accommodate the local government recommendation process within the provincial licensing program was also a wise decision to help businesses enter the regulated system as quickly as possible. Given this early leadership in the space, I'm very surprised that the business license fee for cannabis retail has not been reviewed since its inception. Chiaro opened its first regulated cannabis retail location, as I mentioned, in January 2019 in Saskatoon. At the time, the City of Saskatoon implemented a $20,000 cannabis business license fee. In June 2019, Chiaro was invited by staff at the City of Saskatoon to participate in a review of the business license framework for cannabis. By August of 2019, staff had presented a report to the Standing Policy Committee on Planning, Development, and Community Services. This report transparently outlined the costs of cannabis bylaw development and implementation in Saskatoon. The report recommended initial business license fees for cannabis businesses remain at $20,000, but that renewals be reduced to either $500 or $85 per year. The report was brought forward to Council, and the renewal fee for all cannabis businesses, including retail, was reduced to just $85 per year. Given the example provided by smaller municipalities in Canada, it is disappointing that the City of Vancouver has not yet provided a transparent accounting of the cost recovery and justification for the extremely expensive $33,000 per year annual fee for individual retail locations. In offering our support for this motion, Chiaro hopes that the City of Vancouver will resume its position as a leader in municipal cannabis policy in Canada. Thank you so much for your time.
Great, and thank you so much. You do have, if you don't mind staying on the line, you have some questions. Councillor Bly, go ahead for up to 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair Carr. I just thank you so much, Ms. Donoghue, for coming to speak to Council. I wanted to find out a little bit more about the role that you played, and if I misheard how that happened. I think you mentioned June 2019 in Saskatoon. Some retailers were invited to work with city staff. Could you just add a little bit more color to what that looked like?
Yeah, absolutely. So in my role at Chiaro, I'm our Director of Business Licensing and development of future retail locations. And so I was involved in our licensing of all of our locations in BC and Saskatchewan. So I worked closely with City Council and mostly city staff in Saskatoon as they were grappling with what cannabis legalization would look like for them and implementing their process for business licensing, which again, they looked to the City of Vancouver as a model for how to implement those processes. And city staff in Saskatoon brought it upon themselves to do a review. So they brought it forward to the group of retailers, which is sort of the inverse of what's happening this evening. And they asked us to participate in a series of conversations about how our experience had been and also what our perception was of the ongoing business licensing fees. And then again, independent from their outreach to retailers, they undertook an extensive evaluation of what they had spent to develop the bylaws, what they had spent in implementing and enforcement within the city of Saskatoon, and they presented a report doing a transparent report to council on how the cost recovery process was going. And within that, they discovered that their fee was too high to justify and recommended bringing it down to $500 as an annual renewal.
Okay, I really appreciate that. I'll leave it there for now, as I know we have a lot of speakers, but do appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
And that is, thank you, Councillor Bly, and thank you very much for coming and speaking to council. And there are no more questions for you, but it's very appreciated, right, your comments. We have, sorry, I'm not sure, Madam Clerk, who the next speaker is on the line.
Eleanor, are you on the line? Speaker number 2.
Okay, Eleanor Lynch. Great, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you. So you have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor and councils, for holding this public hearing and for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Eleanor Lynch. I work alongside Kaylee Donoghue. You just heard from her from Chiaro, as I am their Chief Operating Officer. I'm also a board member with ACRES, the Association of Cannabis Retailers, and I am a co-chair of the BC Chamber Cannabis Working Group. I am speaking in support of motion B8 tonight. Chiaro employs 29 full-time and 36 part-time positions in BC at the 2 locations that Kaylee mentioned on Commercial Drive and Kingsway, as well as our downtown east side head office. Across Chiaro's 2 locations, we pay over $67,000 in business license fees. This fee directly reduces employment at Chiaro by 1 full-time person and at least 2 to 3 part-time employees. This fee is in addition to provincial barriers to employment in cannabis retail, such as the worker qualification screening, which is a $100 investment for a new employee, and the $35 selling it right certification. Chiaro is also just one of almost 40 provincially licensed cannabis retailers in Vancouver. Each one of these retailers is unable to hire additional staff due to the high operating costs in the city of Vancouver. This is reducing employment in Vancouver by at least 40 to 120 positions. The annual business fee of $33,000 drives business investment out of Vancouver to jurisdictions in British Columbia with less punitive business licensing fees. As a small publicly traded company, Chiaro must provide regular transparent updates to the public on performance of all of our retail businesses. Given the length of time the license framework has been in place, I would have expected transparent documentation on the cost recovery justification of this annual fee. City fees should be transparent and equitable across all business categories. The question posed to Council today is, why does the City of Vancouver impose punitive fees to regulated cannabis retailers? Of the 6 values the City of Vancouver uses to guide actions, 2 of them appear to be in conflict with this municipal fee: fairness and integrity. Where is the fairness in charging this exorbitant fee to new businesses? Where is the integrity of not reporting on the purpose and use of those funds? Is it the case that these funds are being applied to regulated stores because of the issues the city faces with unregulated stores? Do other industries take on the costs of the bad behaviors of other operators in their industry? Does that seem fair and reasonable to the councillors and mayor of the City of Vancouver? I think the answer we all would agree is that it does not seem fair, and that a lack of transparency does not reflect the value of integrity. I would sincerely like to thank the council for hearing this motion and for the consideration to reduce the business fees tonight imposed on this highly regulated industry. Thank you for considering how you can support the flourishing of this new regulated cannabis industry and allow those businesses to put their funds into growing our communities through jobs and other community investments, not unfair license fees. I really want to thank you for your time tonight and appreciate it.
Great, thank you. And you, if you are willing to stay on the line, have questions from councillors and the
Absolutely.
mayor? Great, okay. Mayor Stewart, go ahead for up to 5. I'm sorry, up to 3.
Thanks so much for participating this evening and for your thoughts on this. I think I'm glad Councillor Bly's brought this motion forward to discuss. So you said you're a publicly traded company?
Chiaro is a publicly traded company. Yes, a small one, but yes.
So you say small. Could you give us a sense of kind of your gross revenues for, say, gross annual revenues?
Yes, we are trending. Our last quarterly report trended up to 20 million annual revenues.
20 million. And would you be able to give us a net on that? Like what, after your costs, what you end up paying?
Currently, we it's a very challenging industry to navigate in terms of scale.
Yeah.
There, so we are adjusted EBITDA, but we currently are still scaling our business in order to support cash flow at the bottom.
Okay. Can you give me a number, or is that something you're uncomfortable with?
No, I don't have the number sitting in front of me, and it's I just don't have that at my fingertips. I can certainly send it to you in an email.
Okay, no, that's fine. I was just wondering if you had it on the top of your head, but that's helpful. I mean, we're trying to gauge fairness here, and it does give us some comparative numbers. So thanks very much for your time.
Great, thanks, Mayor Stewart. And Councillor Weave, go ahead for up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, I've got a couple questions. First question is, you talked about if the fee was reduced, you would be able to do other community investments. What other community investments are we talking about?
A lot of the, well, I think that as Chiaro, as a company, it's in and of itself, we support the community through, we do different donations to local charities. We've supported the Port Moody Arts Center, for example, is one area that we've supported it. But most importantly, hiring community members. That is the number one goal that we would like to support, not just for ourselves, but again, I mentioned I'm a director for Acres. the Association of Private Cannabis Retailers. And on behalf of all of those retailers, we are publicly traded. We are larger than most, but most of them are carrying these punitive costs as well. And I think, again, we'd love to put that into employment in the communities we operate in.
Okay. So right now you feel like the stores are underemployed and understaffed, is that correct?
We feel that the costs that are associated with the license need to be transparently relayed by the city. Where do these costs go? They're the highest costs that we pay, and they come out of our operating budget. And so instead of pivoting those funds into supporting community through hiring or other initiatives that we may decide to do, instead we are paying it to the city, and we're not sure why. And so that's part of the request, is to have some understanding of where that money goes and how it is utilized by the city. As when we compare it to other operating communities, it doesn't seem to line up.
Okay, so I understand the cost side, but you said that the funding would go to hiring and other community investments, but I haven't been really clear on those. Okay, I'll move on. Do you think that this will allow for more competition and smaller stores that aren't as large as yourself to enter the market?
I absolutely think that the benefit would be for the smaller entities. Absolutely. We also operate outside of Vancouver, so we are able to mitigate those costs. But for those that are just inside the city of Vancouver and just have one, maybe two locations in the city of Vancouver, it would be logical for me to assume that they would use those funds for other initiatives, whether they be hiring new people, completing strategic initiatives within their community. It's really up for those businesses to decide how they would deploy those funds.
Do you think there'd be a huge uptake in new licenses if a new fee format was brought forward? Or do you think that there's already adequate stores meeting the demand needed and supply for the city of Vancouver?
I guess that question confuses me. I wouldn't want to speculate about whether or not it would increase the count of stores. I could only make the assumption that it is a barrier to entry into the cannabis marketplace. But there are lots of barriers to entry, including provincial timelines in terms of licensing, holding leases, finding leases, and finding appropriate sites within the city of Vancouver. There's quite a few barriers to entry, and I couldn't speculate as to that.
Yes, and you are out of time, Councillor Wade, for your questions. Thank you. So to Councillor Bly, and a reminder, it's 3 minutes for questioning. Councillor Bly?
Thanks very much, Chair. And thank you for coming to speak to us today. I just have a quick question. I have many questions, perhaps, but given how many people are on the line, I'll just keep it to one important question, which is, in your capacity with the BC Chamber of Commerce Cannabis Working Group, would you say that, would it be your opinion that looking sort of across the province that there are many different types of fee structures, considering this motion is not necessarily being prescriptive to reduce the fee, but to look at alternative fee structures that support Vancouver businesses. So I just want to get your take on high level, the many fee structures that are out there that would be more equitable and fair in this context.
I think partnership is the answer to most things like this. And so the question about different, I mean, there are a multiplicity of fee structures to your point. And I think that there are a lot of different organizations, especially Acres, that could support whatever. I love Kaylee's suggestions of Saskatoon and how they partnered and led the charge in understanding what the right fee structure would look like, what they were trying to accomplish through fee structure. And so I think that there's a lot of great examples of partnership between business and community, because I think that healthy partnership ends up creating healthy business and healthy relationships between the city and its business entities, whether they be publicly traded and larger than the smaller ones. It's kind of, it doesn't really matter. I think what matters is community and businesses working together to find the right fee structures. Keeping in mind, Chiaro is a 7-store chain that is very, BC based, and we love our communities, and we love Vancouver, and we've had great interactions with the city of Vancouver. But I think organizations like Acres and Chiaro and other small organizations can support city in finding different ways to achieve their goals.
Got it. Thank you very much for that. I'll leave it there.
Great, thank you, Councillor Vi, and thank you so much for coming in and also staying on to answer questions from councillors. Very much appreciated.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
Great. Good. And I just wanted to inform all the speakers, we're not actually in a public hearing. This is a standing committee of council with a motion on the floor from a member of council that is open to having speakers come. So just to clarify, because that is a different format that we have for public hearings, but we are definitely hearing from the public. So just so everyone's aware. So my understanding is that speakers number 3 and 4 are not on the line. I'm going to just make sure Carrie Antes and Percival Duggins are not on the line. Is that right?
Chair Carr, that is correct.
Okay. Do we have Jocelyn Pahota on the line? Either the clerk or if Jocelyn Pahota is there, that she can
Jacqueline, are you on the line?
Hello? I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, is this
Hello?
Jacqueline Pahota?
It is Jacqueline Pahota. Thank you. Apologies.
All right. Yeah, no problem. Go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Good evening, Chair Carr, Mayor, and members of council. I want to thank you for your time this evening, and thank you to Councillor Bly for her efforts on this motion, for which I'm voicing my support. My name is Jacqueline Pahota. I'm the Executive Director at the Association of Canadian Cannabis Retailers, ACRES for short. ACRES is a non-profit association that represents 9 licensed cannabis brands in Vancouver with 21 retail locations across the city. You're going to hear from a couple of them this evening. I'm going to begin by talking a little bit about our members because I want you to get to know them and their challenges. They're a diverse group of entrepreneurs, a mix of legacy operators and new entrants into the cannabis sector. A majority of the owners are under the age of 50. A majority of them are owner-operators. They employ on average 10 people per retail location. License holders purchase wholesale from the provincial distribution branch in a similar model to private liquor licensees. Licensed retailers, like my members, undergo extensive financial and security screening. Their staff hold security clearances as well. License holders pay a $7,500 fee for their provincial application and wait on average 8 months for their sales license to be granted. Applicants are forced to hold real estate during that licensing delay and are trapped in a cash flow negative position for nearly a year in many cases. Once the extended licensing period is successfully navigated, they open their doors in an environment where they face a lot of unchecked competition from unregulated cannabis sales from both physical and online sources. Due to the federal marketing restrictions, they are unable to advertise or promote their businesses effectively. In the context of the legalization of cannabis, licensed retailers continue to bear the burden of the exceptionally rocky rollout of legalized cannabis in BC. And finally, licensed cannabis retailers remain provincially designated essential services. I feel it's important to recognize that safe, secure provision of cannabis that is certified and tested is a public health good, particularly during this pandemic. I wanted to frame my comments in these terms because I believe very few elected officials have a clear understanding of the significant barriers to entry these small businesses face and the economic hardships that await them once they've obtained provincial licensing. Having provided that context, I'm going to speak to the motion before you. In a recent Freedom of Information request, I did see a breakdown of the rationale for the fee and the costs that the business license fee is meant to recover. Much of that cost is made up of the $400,000 plus spent on enforcement. I think it is important for us to consider who is responsible for enforcement and what the enforcement activities are involved in this sector are. So the responsibility of enforcement of the cannabis regulations in the context of provincial license holders is in the purview of the Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch. Their inspectors cite ticket and have the power to revoke licensing. The cost of enforcement of the cannabis regulations on provincial licensees is also incurred by the Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch. Where then does that $400,000 being spent municipally come from if the licensed retail inspectors are a provincial body? So the city has repeatedly asserted to Acres members that enforcement against unregulated cannabis operations is a collaborative effort between the City of Vancouver and the Provincial Community Safety Unit. So that enforcement activity is what is generating these municipal costs. The costs in question are not the product of the licensed legal businesses I represent. Unregulated cannabis storefronts sell a similar product, but represent an entirely different category of regulatory challenge and fall under a completely different enforcement regime at the provincial level. License fees are meant to be an exercise in cost recovery. The businesses I represent are not incurring most of the costs that the city is forcing them to pay for. I assert that that's a disparity that should be remedied. I believe that the reason that my members are being forced to bear the cost of this is a lack of recognition of the distinction between regulated cannabis retail and the black market. Councillor Bly's motion very clearly lays out a myriad of excellent reasons that this fee needs to be revisited and realigned. It's grossly out of line with fees across the province, including the City of Victoria, which has a similar history on this file and many unregulated operators to cope with. The fee is a holdover from a policy that was developed prior to federal legalization. It discourages viable modern retail businesses from opening in Vancouver while we're facing the loss of up to 40% of our bricks and mortar retail. And importantly, as you've heard from the folks at Curo, it's preventing my members from creating jobs during the worst economic downturn in recent memory. I respectfully ask that you support the motion and the small business owners that this fee is unfairly impacting. Further, in the event that council should see fit to refer this matter to staff for further study, I would ask that an immediate pause in the collection of that fee might be implemented, given the fee's large size, disproportionate nature, and seeming lack of immediate justification. I think that measure would also be appropriate. Thank you very much for taking the time to listen to me today. That is all I have to say on the issue.
Yeah, and well timed. Thank you so much. You don't have any questions at this point, but I do really want to express appreciation for you coming to speak to council on this. It's very important, so thank you very much. So we, I believe, do have the next speaker on the line, Ian Dawkins. Ian Dawkins, if you're there, you can address council for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, members of council. I will keep myself brief since I know that some of you have a hard cutoff, and I appreciate that we are all working late into the night on this topic. My name is Ian Dawkins. I am the co-founder of Althing Consulting. We are a local Vancouver-based full-service cannabis consultancy that deals with a number of cannabis retailers here in the city of Vancouver. And I engage as a government relations and regulatory expert on the cannabis file with municipalities across Canada and government at all levels. Althing, I am a Vancouverite born and raised. I currently live in the city of Vancouver. Althing has grown since its founding in 2015 to now employ 4.5 full-time people. I'm quite proud of that fact, and a lot of that goes to the fact that the cannabis retailers have been clients of mine going back to that date. In fact, of the 29, I believe it is, retailers that have achieved licensing as a result of a variance, we are responsible for approximately half of those. All of that to say, I have been working on this topic since 2015, since the original MMRU bylaw was passed. I know the history of the licensing fee and how it came about. I think the fact that this topic was not reviewed in 2018 when the bylaw was amended was a significant missed opportunity. I tried to speak to that subject at that hearing and was told that it was out of purview since this was supposed to be a text amendment only. I think the fact that we did a text-only amendment in 2018 was frankly lunacy. When you are dealing with a topic where we are now federally legalizing something in a completely different environment, it stands to reason that we review that, not only because of the complexity of the topic and the delicacy with which the MMRU was originally crafted to deal with a very specific subject that was no longer in purview, but frankly, the very economic opportunities that you've heard about today. Not only my company, but dozens of retailers with headquarters in Vancouver in some cases, are growing a real economic opportunity for hundreds of Vancouverites and British Columbians. And it's a real shame that that is being jeopardized by a ridiculous municipal licensing fee structure that originated in an entirely different legal and regulatory environment. Vancouver should be the hub of a multi-billion-dollar British Columbian cannabis industry, employing hundreds, if not thousands, of people. And instead, we have, as I said, the city has approved 8 licenses of the original approximately 100 that staff estimated would be necessary for Vancouver to have a similar distribution of licenses to places like Colorado. The remaining 29 were varied. To answer Councillor Weed's earlier question, that puts us at approximately 1/3 to maybe 40% capacity. So I think, we continue to be stalled out without a lack of a real cannabis bylaw, policy direction, and a municipal licensing fee that was generated in a completely different era. So with respect, I would ask that Council not only do, as my colleague Jacqueline requested, and pause the collection of this licensing fee immediately, given the fact that it has not been justified and it is well out of line with the principles of, administrative fairness and fee recovery. But subsequent to that, I would ask that Council move for, a comprehensive review of the cannabis regulatory bylaws in Vancouver, aimed at not only, aligning Vancouver's regulations with the modern era, but embracing this economic opportunity and, frankly, creating some jobs at a time when, economically, Vancouverites are struggling. This is a real opportunity, a multi-billion-dollar opportunity. I can't reinforce that strongly enough. So thank you very much for your time, and I'll leave it at that.
Great. And you, if you don't mind staying on the line, you do have some questions.
Certainly.
Thank you. Councillor Weeb, go ahead. Up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, my question's on your last point there, talking about our bylaws and the need to make changes, and how many go through the Board of Variance. And so I'm just wondering, what are some of the things that you would look to change that could help, recognizing that we are trying to move from a city that's seen as a gatekeeper to more of a partner with the business community as we try to shepherd and make sure that we are being more economic resilient kind of post-COVID?
Yeah. No, absolutely. It's a good question because, I don't want to completely dump on what the city has done in the last 5 years. Vancouver was at the forefront of this in a lot of ways. And, some of the whiplash that we're now experiencing is just simply because Vancouver was a leader on this file. So there's some hard lessons that we've learned, and we can definitely apply those. Things like, for instance, I think the 300-meter distancing requirement that was originally adopted was done because that's how things were done in Denver and in Washington. Colorado and Washington. That was done because the federal government down there, the DEA, enforced a hard-line 1,000-foot federal law, and the states didn't want to pussyfoot with that and get into trouble with the federal government. So we, as Vancouverites, adopted that, but really didn't think about what that would mean in a city with varying density. Is it appropriate for everything to be 300 meters away from a school in neighborhoods where there's literally no commercial real estate or retail space available within 300 meters? Does that mean that neighborhood doesn't get safe access to an essential service? You know what I mean? So we have to rethink some of these elements of the distancing requirement, density, perhaps moving to a density-based formula or a neighborhood-based formula, looking at where cannabis retail is appropriate. But then, frankly, moving beyond that, I want to see a bylaw address production. The provincial government, starting in 2022, is going to allow on-site, craft production and retailing, just like a brewery, a brew pub. Given the fact that the technology in terms of nuisance smells and all of that has been completely eliminated, and there's no longer any problem with citing these locations in an urban space, as we've seen in places like Denver, maybe it's time Council, maybe they want to dismiss that idea, but it's time we had an honest conversation about it. It's time that staff prepared a report about how many jobs could be created, and then we weigh that and decide if we want to do that. But things like that, it's a long time coming. Consumption lounges, right? Should Vancouverites be allowed to consume in like a bar-like setting responsibly? There are pros and cons to that, but we need to have those conversations. I think it's high time because the amount of jobs that we could get from things like tourism and other ancillary services like my own, if we were going to bring these headquarters to Vancouver, this is not pie in the sky stuff. This is a real opportunity that's going fallow right now.
And you are out of time, Councillor Weeb. So I just want to thank the speaker very much for taking the time to speak to us. And it's a really important, very important for council to be able to hear the direct input from individuals like you. So thank you very much. Council, before I move on to the other speaker, we are approaching 10 o'clock and we need to make a decision. We have 8 more speakers on the line. So that could mean anywhere between minimum 40 minutes and an hour or maybe more. But anyway, that's how many we have on the line right now. I just want to inform all of you that the speakers for the next item have all been contacted and informed that that their item will not come up until February the 18th, with our meeting starting at 3 p.m. that day. We've already heard from Councillor Genova that she is not prepared to stay past 10, so we cannot stay past 10 for debate and decision. The only
actually, point of privilege, I could not stay. It's not that I was not prepared. I could not stay.
Yes.
Thank you. Chair Carr.
Yes. We could have a motion if that was the interest of council to stay to listen to the rest of speakers. That would take a 2/3 vote to pass. Otherwise, we will be ending at 10.
Point of information.
Yes, go ahead. Point of information through me to somebody or to me.
So I understand there's 8 speakers remaining. Is that accurate?
8 people on the line. Oh, sorry, Councillor. For a point of information, you have to be on the queue.
Oh.
So I've got Councillor Boyle. You got yourself, Councillor Boyle first. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair Carr. I also had a point of information, just wanting to clarify, assuming, well, if we don't finish speakers this evening and they get referred also to the reserve date next Thursday, can you confirm if we would start at 3 p.m. on this item and continue speakers, or since we've already referred the following motion related to childcare, if that motion would start at 3 p.m. and we would come back to these speakers after, just so that
we would start with this item because we haven't referred the next item. We just have informed speakers that there will not be time to listen to them tonight, and the expectation thus is that they should be prepared to come back on February the 18th. So we would start with this item at the beginning of that meeting on the 18th.
That is the clarity I was looking for. Thank you, Chair.
Great, thank you. Councillor Hardwick?
Well, in light of that information, I would move that we refer to this item, the speakers, to the next date. Just reminding us, we have another public hearing and we'll be going at least till 10 o'clock tomorrow night.
Yes, at this point, because it is 9:55, I don't believe, actually just turned 9:56. There is not time to hear another speaker. We do not need a motion to do that. That is the fallback position. We would only need a motion if we wanted to stay longer. So at this point, I'm not seeing a motion to stay longer. So I am going to simply declare to all of
Motion to
you.
recess.
You
I have
don't
a
need
point
to
of
do.
procedure.
You do not need to do that.
I have a point of procedure.
Yes,
Chair
go
Carr.
ahead. Yes,
Just given
Councillor.
that we likely have a 8 to 10 speakers on the line, just to confirm that who waited, as do all of our speakers, so that's just the process we're in, but that there would be a hard start of speakers at 3 o'clock next Thursday.
That is my understanding, Madam Clerk. Can you just verify that for me? That is correct. That is what would happen. It would be a hard start with the next speaker on the list at 3 p.m. on the 18th.
Okay. I'm comfortable with that certainty.
Okay. Then, Council, there's no need for any motion at this point. That I am just going to get my script, but we are just going to recess this meeting and reconvene. Reconvene this standing committee meeting on Thursday, February 18th, 2021, beginning at 3 p.m. And thank you all for your contributions and patience in working through a very long day together.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks,
Thank you,
staff.
staff.
Thanks, Council. Good night.
You did a
See
very
you
good job
tomorrow.
chairing, Adriane.